Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 6, the final day of the SA World Swimming Championships here at Newton Park Swimming Pool in Quebec. It's been an amazing week. We've loved every single second, but unfortunately it has to come to an end, and today is that day. Wow, it's been great. Won't lie, we've lost count as to what day we are on because it's pretty of a rinse and repeat. Hotel, pool, hotel, pool, hotel, pool. Haven't really got to see the sights and sounds of Quebec. Even though we are outside of the bubble, there's just so much swimming taking place. Speaking of which, a lot of swimming about to take place because it is the men's 1500 freestyle. Those in the water, Dupree, Pillay, Bailey, Albertine. Ethan Dupree, funny enough, was seated next to me last night. Interviewed the young man. Really, really nice guy. Great future in front of him. But what was funny though was I knew that there was one more event to come, and it was the relay, the mixed medley relay. And the penultimate race finished, and Ethan was sitting with me. And I was chatting to him, and he was pretty relaxed. He was fully dressed. And I asked him, when are we seeing him again? And he said, oh, tonight I'm in the relay. And I thought, oh, maybe they've added more to the roster because I only see one relay and it's about to take place now. And anyway, we wrapped up the conversation. The next thing, he got called by his coach. They had to run, undress within seconds, and then get to the starters box. I don't think he had any idea how close we were to starting the final event, which was, of course, his event. But he went, performed brilliantly, helped his Western Cape side come second, and it was a great way to wrap up the night, the penultimate day of swimming here in Quebec. But we are on to the final day, day 6, race 1. The men's 1500 meter freestyle, heat 1. 2 heats in total. Reminder once again, those in the pool: Ethan Dupree in lane 3, Leshan Pillay in lane 4, Ethan Bailey in 5, and Connor Albertine in 6. Welcome back to the 6th and final day of the SA Swimming Championships here in Quebec at Newton Park Swimming Pool. If you've just joined us, it is the first of two 1500 men's freestyles heats underway. Ethan Dupree in lane 3, Leshan Pillay in 4, Ethan Bailey in 5, and Connor Albertine in 6. Plenty of laps to go as the contestants go past the 10-minute mark. Seeding time for this event, the quickest Leshan Pillay, 16:38.79 for him. So currently enjoying the opening event of the 6th and final day here at the SA Swimming Championships. It is the men's 17 and over heat. Ethan Dupree, Leshan Pillay, Ethan Bailey and Connor Albertine in the pool. Just gone past the 12-minute mark. And joining me now, I'm an esteemed company because I'm here with swimming royalty, you could say. It has been the case throughout the week, but it just gets bigger and better. And Neil Versfeld, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's excellent to have you on board. Of course, viewers will recognize Neil from his many, many exploits in the pool, having gone to the Olympics, I think it was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. And they'll definitely pick up the twang because you're not based in SA anymore, based overseas in the States.
I am, yes. So I actually went over to the US in 2005, studied at the University of Georgia, swam there through 2012, and then got into the coaching gig. So I started age group coaching at Swim Atlanta, which is a big club there in Georgia, and then got into the college game, first coaching at Georgia Tech in Atlanta for 3 years, and then actually got hired back at the University of Georgia, where I am now, and couldn't be happier.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And what brings you down to the SA Swimming Champs?
So here we have Dunay Kutsia, one of our swimmers, and Matt Sates. They came in from Georgia with me, so they're here competing. And then, just really hoping they can crack the cut. Dunay's got her 400 freestyle today, so she's got a big one to finish off the meet here on the final day. But Matt Sates has had a great meet, obviously, doing some great best times and made the world's Commonwealth team, so couldn't be happier. It's been going smooth.
And speaking of Matt's performances over in the States, I mean, that has been something to behold.
Yeah, he definitely hit the ground running. Only arrived in January and had a lot of fun there at the SEC Championships, NCAA Championships. So yeah, transferring his skills to short course yard swimming was a real smooth transition for him.
For the uninitiated, we don't need to go through every single performance of his, but just a brief rundown of how he has performed in the States, because the list is almost endless.
Yeah, so he actually stuck to the freestyle side of things, so actually swam the 500 freestyle and won NCAA's a couple weeks back, and then he placed third in the 200 freestyle, and then swam the 200 fly, which he's got a little adjusting to do to the yards just because of the underwaters and the short pool. But he's definitely, the sky's the limit for Matt. He's got a lot of upward potential and hopefully some Olympic medals in his future.
And how have the Americans taken to him? I mean, they must be very impressed with this another new South African talent coming on board.
Yeah, for sure. And he's got some great training partners. You've got Aluka Yolando, who's an American flyer that's doing incredible things right now. So he's had a lot of guys next to him day in and day out, pushing him to higher limits. So it's been fantastic.
And tell us about Dunay's exploits over there.
Yeah, it was real impressive to see her transition to yards. She came in, had a bit of a shoulder injury in the fall, so her fly training was a little limited, but came a long way in her freestyle and really working her legs, working on a couple weaknesses, and was able to do a couple best times here already. So hoping for a fun one today in the 400 free.
Well, just having a look at the race that's currently underway, and leading the way is Connor Albertine, swimming out of AGC Tshwane, and he's going to the final turn. He made with 2 laps to go, the 15:20 odd mark. What do you make of this performance right here?
Yeah, he looks smooth right now. Been dominating this race from the beginning. Tough race to do when you got no one next to you to race and really work on your own pacing, but he's doing a great job here and really tapping into those legs right now.
Yeah, Connor Albertine, there's no question, is going to dominate this heat. 15:56.45 on the final turn before he heads towards the finish, and lying in second place. Who is chasing him down? I think the closest challenger is out in lane 2. It is Ethan Dupree, of course, as a guest here last night, but Connor Albertine will come in with a great time, 16:26.47. Not bad.
Yeah, that looks good. I'm not sure if that's his best time here in the program, but that's a massive best time if it is.
Yeah, it is. His seeding time, 17:35.41, so more than a minute off that, so that's highly impressive. So we've got Matt Sates coming up in the men's 200 IM. That's the first of a whole lot of heats. How do you expect him to go there? In lane 4, up against the likes of Guy Brooks and Andrew Ross.
Yeah, so it should be a fun race. I think he's been racing every day and racing a lot, but I think the NCAA college format has definitely set him up well to do so. So coming in this morning, I think he's going to give the qualifying time a good run, and definitely tonight get a little faster.
Why does the American system institute the yardage system as opposed to meters, given the fact that the international competitions work in meters?
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think just all the pools being set up decades ago in the yard system and in the colleges and the schools, and it's just stuck as a very competitive, fast format of swimming. So the yards being, I think it's 21, 22 meters. Really a lot of turns and a lot of underwaters, which makes it a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Are you able to sit with us as we watch? You don't
Yes,
need to be, oh,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're going into the men's 200 IM. Besta Kasali Brooks, Sates, Ross, Van Hastian, Mondal, and Boshoff. And we're going to ask Neil to talk us through Matt's performance through each leg of this event, the 200-meter IM Heat 1. And away they go. Neil, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, these guys off the block explosively, ready to set up some butterfly here. Matt's looking long and strong out front, which is how he should be on this 2IM, to try and find that easy speed, keep his oxygen level up.
What's the ideal time that you want him to get to at the wall?
Right here, if he's 24 high, 25 low, he should be
25.69.
Yeah, that's smooth. I think he'll probably take it out a little quicker this evening. I think he's just trying to focus on the form, get that tempo up here on the back. The back is historically his weakest leg.
I was going to
so
ask
we have
that,
done
which one?
quite a bit of work on hitting that tempo and his head position. And as long as he hits this wall with speed, carry that momentum into the breaststroke.
Touching it through at 5.679.
Yeah, that's a good split for him. Looking good.
Having a look at that qualifying time for men, I mean, would that be a proposition for him, 1:59.76? Are you looking at that?
I am, yeah. So he is going for that this morning, obviously just so that he does have two shots at it. Has his cuts in multiple other events, so the IM on the last day was going to be a challenge, but he's looking good right now, hoping he can get it.
Okay, what's his wall time going to be now?
So on the breaststroke leg, hitting at 1:31 right now. He does look good. He's going to have to hold that water coming into that last 25 here.
So a reminder of that time that he needs to achieve. It is 1:59.76. He's currently at 1:50. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that's going to be good. Going to be close, I think, but I think he might have it. Yep.
There we go, 1:5.13, he gets it. 1:59.76 is what he needed. And Sates qualifies for yet another event at Commonwealth and Worlds. You've got a massive smile on your face,
Yeah.
rightly so.
No, that was a great swim. Yeah, it was going to be a challenge here in the morning, but yeah, having him race hard in the morning and in the evenings definitely sets him up well for what he needs to do at Worlds and Commonwealth.
There's always that, because you said having another crack at it, because a lot of people say, you know, it is the heats, take it easy. But is there that motivation and mentality? Well, let's get it over and done with now and go all out as possible. Because I think even if he swims a bad race, he's generally going to win most races anyway.
Yeah.
That's no disrespect to his opponents. But, I mean, it's him against the clock. That's really the big time. So was that from the outset, listen, we need to try and crack it as soon as possible?
Yeah, for sure. And also, going big in the morning really allows you to tweak a few things at night. You just get a better indicator of what needs to be done, and doing it at all-out speed, you just get a lot more information from the swim in the morning.
Looking at this race currently underway, we've got Jordan Eaton, Matthew Randall, Ross Hardigan, Max Litchfield, Kian Keelock, Liam Verby, Petrus Tritter, and Andre Lowe. Max Litchfield, I've been very, very impressed with him, the swimmer from Great Britain, trains a lot with Chad Leclos, and yeah, he's come over to the SA Swimming Champs and really shown, given a touch of international flavor, but in a highly successful way.
Yeah, for sure. Max has looked great this whole week. I believe he's qualified already for Commonwealth and Worlds, so not sure where he's at in his training. He's a little off his best times, but obviously an Olympic finalist, so a great talent, and great to have him here at the South African Nationals. Definitely raises the bar, helps the guys.
Let's talk a bit about his training partner, Chad Leclos. I mean, the guy just he's a never-say-die swimmer.
Yeah, no, he had an incredible meet. Getting that 200 fly, was real happy for him. Looked real smooth that final now, and to be able to go 1:55 right now, obviously he's going to have some fun at Commonwealth and Worlds, so I'm excited to see what Chad does this year.
Yeah, we really, really are excited. Of course, Chad Leclos looking to make history and become the winningest athlete ever in the history of the Commonwealth Games, and we'll see if he can achieve that. Max Litchfield at the turn with one to go. Let's see what he touches in. He'll be turning at 1:33.03. Very good going.
Yeah, he looks smooth this morning. I think should be a fun race. Obviously, he's going to try give Matt a run this evening. see how fast he can go. As I said, not really sure where he's at in his training. It's kind of a strange year of international swimming, just as far as the calendar being adjusted with Worlds being early this year. So hopefully come 2023 everything recalibrates a bit. But
yeah, it has been extremely tough to get used to, and there is some celebrations here on the side of the pool. But Max Litchfield going 2:02.03 certainly took it easy towards the end there. But yeah, as you say, tonight's matchup against Matt Sate certainly going to be one to look forward to as we move over to Heat 3. Peterson, Holzhausen, Russ, Ribeiro, Norkia, Slubber, Bennett and Parry. Certainly Ribeiro the one to watch out for here. His seeding time 1:59.32. Tell you what, if he can get up to that, then we've got another qualifier to look forward to. So yeah, keep an eye on Ribeiro. He's definitely dipped below that, so that will be interesting to watch in this, the 200 individual IM. And as the men take to the water. So what are your plans now once the meet's finished? Are you off back to the States?
I am indeed, yes. I'll be flying out tomorrow, headed back to the US. So we actually have the US World Championship trials in 2 weeks in North Carolina. So we've got a few guys getting ready for that as we speak. And as I said, yeah, having Worlds a little earlier this year and the Commonwealth Games, it's just a lot going on. So it's kind of a strange calendar that we're trying to prepare for.
What have you made of the International Swimming Championships over the last week? Have you been impressed with the South African talent? I'm sure you must have been keeping abreast of things just via news and internet, but just seeing it physically in action, what have you made of it?
Yeah, no, there's been some great swims on the top end. Definitely the depth has got a long way to go in comparison to other countries. But hopefully seeing guys like Matt Sates, Peter Kutsia, that kind of young talent come through definitely pushes these youngsters to greater heights. So I just hope the sport of swimming keeps growing in this country. We've obviously had a great history at the Olympics with Penny Haynes and our relay team in '04, Roland, Rake, those guys, and then now we got the youngsters, Peter and Chad. Chad definitely showing them the ropes, kind of taking these guys under his wing toward the end of his career, but getting the guys like Matt and Peter up to that Olympic level and hopefully get some Olympic medals here in the future would be fantastic.
And of course, looking at our golden girl, because it was in a discipline that you excelled in, the breaststroke. I mean, you must have been blown away with Tatjana Schoenmaker's performance in Tokyo.
No, she did exceptionally well. Real proud of how fast she's done, how fast she's swum, and being able to come back here. I know she wasn't quite as happy with her times, but it is a challenge reaching that level and that pinnacle of our sport, and then rebounding the next year was going to be a challenge with all her media commitments and everything she has to deal with. But I think she's done exceptionally well, and I think building up to Paris now, got a little window of time to get back to that level. So yeah, I'm excited to see what she does.
Ruan Russ winning that with 2:07.09, second place Vincent Ribeiro, and in third Luca Holzhausen. Before we move over to Heat 4, Finley, Dagam, Naidu, Kanjulo, Filyun, Kolbol, Van Rensburg and Edsold taking to the water. We've got a whole lot of heats in the 200 IM 22 to be exact. So yeah, a lot of swimming coming your way. Yeah, that's anything else you'd like to add, Neil? So you back to the States. So you're based in Atlanta?
I am in Athens, so it's about an hour from Atlanta.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
So at the University of Georgia there. It's a nice small little college town. So yeah, my wife and baby girl got a 7-month-old that excited to get back to.
I'm sure. Yeah. How long have you been away for?
So it's been 2 weeks now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you do before yeah, or did you just come in?
I was actually down in Cape Town for a bit visiting with family. So I flew in with Dunay on the 31st of March. So I had a couple days getting to catch up with family. It's been about 3 years now since I've been back in South Africa. So it's always good to come back home. And hopefully we'll come back for nationals again next year.
How many brides have you had since you've been back?
Yeah, had a couple actually, and a lot of Biltong.
Oh man, Neil, so great to catch up, and congratulations on all your success, and best of luck to your swimmers, including Matt Sates. Yeah, the world is watching, and it's been amazing to see his rise, and you've been instrumental to that success.
Thanks so much, appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Neil Asphalt. Great to catch up with Neil Fasveld, former Olympian, as we're in Heat 4 of the men's 200 IM. Last leg begins. Leading the way, Anand van Rensburg. Van Rensburg still in front. Only just though, but it's going to be a possibly tight finish. No, it won't be. Van Rensburg getting the win, 2:08.62. Heat 5 of 22, the men's 200 IM. Mielov, Ding Tang, Pearson, Rus, Lobo, Naguero, Kroblar, and Fisser. And so the last leg underway in Heat 5 of the men's 200 IM. Going to be a tightly fought contest between Rus, Lobo, and Naguero. Kroblar looking good too. In lane 7, Kroblar looking very good, in fact. Kroblar coming through, and he won't be beaten. Kroblar. 2:14.64 for Zach Kroblar, P1. Excellent result for him. Heat 6 underway. Oliver Durant, Dylan Buerta, Liam O'Hara, Christian Krickler, Francois Malhaber, James Smith, Jaden Staines, and Anton Awidi. Final leg underway. It's the freestyle. Leading the way, Jaden Staines in lane 7. There's been a lot of winners from lane 7 today. Out in lane 3, looking good, Liam O'Hara. Can be tight between these two. But winning the shootout, Liam O'Hara grabbing P1. Very good victory for Joel Crick out in lane 3, 2:17.40, finishing ahead of Johan Milan. Kanan Bryce and Elijah coming through. Elijah Dredge grabbing third. Aidan Bourneman leading the way. Ahead of Bryce Minderen. Contestants in the pool: Hunt, Bourneman, Wright, Minderen, Seabrook, Emsley, Salia, and Bester. And we reach the midway mark of the last lap. It's going to be a tight finish between lanes 2 and 4. Bornman versus Minderin. Minderin inching ahead. The man from the Eastern Cape. Bornman mounting a fight back. This is going to be very tight. Bornman now ahead. And Bornman will get there. Aidan Bornman, 2:17.23 with the win. Heat 9 of the men's 200 IM Estays into Blanche, Muller, Bartelman, Rolf, Creer, Poole Jones, and Forster. Excellent performance in lane 5. Kieran Rolf looking very strong. And Rolf will go on to take a fantastic win. Heat 10 underway. Mulhaber, De Swart, Estes and Field, Krailing, Vidot, Linda and Billings. Final lap of the men's 200 IM. Heat 10. Out in front to Swat. Ahead of Esthazen. Be a tight battle for third. This is going to be a tight battle for first. Esthazen getting it just ahead of De Swat. 2:20.10. Heat 11 of 22, the Sun, Mangawambe, Govender, Sekaleo, Toish, O'Connor, McWilliam, and Gibson. Final lap underway. And leading the way, Matthew O'Connor in lane 6. Ben McWilliam gaining on him. Very good effort in the 200 IM. Matthew O'Connor, P1 for him. Heat 12 underway. Janssen, Bunzaya, Brunt, Holzhausen, Hendricks, Engelbrecht, Van Heerden, and Scheffer. Well in front with 1 lap to go. In lane 8, Jonathan Scheffer. Jonathan Scheffer leading the way in lane 1. And he will take the victory, comfortably so. P1 for him, 2:20.22. Heat 13 underway. Portkidder, Domitor, Smith, Randall, Mayer, Gilletta, Estes and Antroa. Remember, we heard a lot about Gilletta yesterday from his coach, Simon Gray. Going to be a tight finish. Out in lanes 1, 2, and 3. But Rohan Portkidder looking strong in lane 1. Gilletta making a comeback. Gilletta doing astoundingly well. But it is Rohan Portkidder getting the win ahead of Domitor and Smith. Gilletta getting the top 4. Heat 22 underway. Foster, Dempsey, Van Rensburg, Engelhardt, Esslinger, Bagley, Clayton, and Adams. Terrific finish between Engelhardt and Esslinger. Esslinger fighting hard for that top spot. Esslinger just ahead. And he will touch home first. Nico Esslinger grabbing the victory. Good victory for Nico Esslinger, finishing just ahead of Robin Engelhardt. Moving on to heat 15 of 22. Kinnard, Hartmann, Stradom, Niemand, Malol, Ramsey, Vimba, and Blanche. At the midway mark, straight shootout in lanes 3 and 5. Stradom and Malal. Leading the way in lane 4, Zane Niemand. Zane Niemand cruising to a comfortable win. Impressively done. In fact, Daniel Malol, my apologies, Daniel Malol gets there. Very good victory for Daniel Malol. 2:25.06. Stradom second, Niemand third, but Daniel Malol, the man with the win. Heat 16 underway. Boyson, Watson, Mann, Millington, Berger, Janssen van Rensburg, McDonald, and Kinnear. Leading the way. Art in lane 1. Marcus Boyson. The Barberton Daisy freshly displayed in the swimming cap, and as we say that, what a performance in lane 2. Teak Watson flying through. Matthew Mann, a tremendous performance from him, grabbing the win. Matthew Mann, 2:26.82, finishing well clear of the rest. A terrific effort from him. Heat 17 of 22. Men's 200 IM. Cupido beat Van den Heever, Wollenschlager, Scott, De Villiers, Bryce, and Goos. Great effort in lane 3 from Van den Heever. Leading the way in lane 1, Devet Koos. Tight battle between him and Will Beat. Streaming through in lane 4, looking very strong. Wollenschlager ahead of the rest. It's going to be tight, but Wollenschlager takes it. 2:32.10. Heat 18 underway. Erasmus, Jacobs, Southworth, Mills, Reynolds, Spurs, de Kock, and McWilliam. A big welcome to our viewers from around the world. You are watching the 6th and final day of the SA Swimming Championships. Brought to you live from Newton Park Swimming Pool in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Big thank you to my fellow colleagues for bringing you all the action. Director Modiri, production engineer Nicholas, our camera crew Dennis, Paul. Really has been a pleasure bringing you all the action live. Also got our fellow director Chris. As for the action itself in the pool, Erasmus, Jacobs, Southworth, Knowles, Reynolds, Spurs, de Kock, and McWilliam out in the water. It's going to be a tight finish between lanes 3 and 5, Southworth and Reynolds. And Spurs looking very strong, but taking the win, Matthew Southworth in lane 3, 2:31.14. halfway through the action. Very tight finish at the death. But it goes to Marius van Rooyen, just edging Dieter Nordier. And winning matters comfortably in lane one. What a victory. Adam Daniels, 239.44. Cruising to the win. We're in the third last race of the heats of the men's 200-meter IM. Daniels, Lotte, Bartelman, Zhao, Cook, Bestel, Stevenson, and Janssen in action. Cruising to win out in lane 1. Luan Reinecker. Luan Reinecker grabbing the win. It's going to be a tight shootout for second, but Charlie Kolf getting it ahead of Stephen Waters. Followed by the likes of Fernald, Wright, Brady, De Lange. It's the final race of the men's 200 IM. Excellent start in lane 6. Mankwe Kialsile, man from Botswana. Very good effort from Kiatsile out in front. The 14-year-old from Botswana. Kamankwe Kiatsile dominating matters out in the pool. Securing victory in a time of 2:37.74. Tight fight for second. And it goes to Janko Krobla, 2:44.36. Karlitz grabbing third. So that wraps up the early session here in Quebec at Newton Park Swimming Pool. The next session set to begin at 11:30. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Newton Park Swimming Pool here in Gqeberha. The sixth and final day of the SA Swimming Championships. And after a few chilly days here in the bay, I can tell you what, the sun is shining loud and proud. A beautiful sunny day, but we are indoors regardless. Yeah, at this fantastic facility in Gqeberha. Couple of events taking place. The women in action shortly. Heats. First up, we've got the women's 200-meter individual medley multi-class, S14 to S15. Both swimmers swimming out of Western Cape. And away they go. In lane 4, Minette Janse van Rensburg. And in lane 5, Melissa O'Neill. The 200 individual medley, S14 to S15 multi-class. Excellent effort so far from both competitors, Minette Janse van Rensburg and Melissa O'Neill. Beginning the second half of the IM. These two swimmers, Minette Janse van Rensburg in 4 and Melissa O'Neill in 5. Making the turn for the final leg, the freestyle. Janse van Rensburg, 2:52.04. O'Neill, 2:51.29. Excellent effort from the two Western Capers. This is terrific stuff from the two swimmers. Yes. 3:38.88, 3:39.09. Manette Janssen van Rensburg and Melissa O'Neill. A terrific effort from both swimmers. Individual medley S14 to S15 multi-class. Moving on now to the women's 200 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. From lanes 2 down to 6. Nikita Douglas, Cornell Leach, Alani Ferreira, Joannica Krickler, and Caitlin Murray. So currently in action, it is the second event of the session. Women in action, the heats, but right now we're watching the women's 200 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. Leading the way in lane 5, going along very nicely, Joannica Krickler. Also in contention, Alani Ferreira, Cornell Leach, Nikita Douglas, and Caitlin Murray. Now, one of the undoubted success stories at this competition has been the performances from the Western Cape. Been some outstanding endeavors from the swimmers, a lot of them provided by Vineyards, and I'm really happy to have a coach alongside me, Reese Hugo. Reese, yeah, welcome on board. I can imagine you're a very tired man.
Thanks, Derek. Yes, it's been quite a tough week for all the swimmers and the coaches, but to be honest, we're just happy to be racing. It's been 3 years of waiting to have a junior national competition, so we put in a lot of work, put in a lot of effort just for a moment like this, so it's all worth it in the end. It really is.
Just looking at the summary of how Vineyards have done, I think, I mean, we're still going to add to it, but 80 finalists, 18 golds, 17 silver, 13 bronze, 48 medals in total, 5 times SA age group records, 3 Western Cape records. Abigail Kotza dominating matters, setting 4 SA records and a Western Cape record. Ty Pearson, SA record and 2 Western Cape records. I mean, the results speak for themselves. You can't really top that.
I was just saying to Duncan Bonnie now, who coaches with me, have we done better than last year or not? He's fully convinced we have. I'm always questioning things, always trying to figure out what we can do better, what we can improve, how to innovate. I do think it's been impressive results with the conditions. We had to be very dynamic with this gala. We had to adapt because the program was completely different to all the years prior to this. I mean, even in the 2000s, there was a set program that we followed. This program is adapted to the Commonwealth Games one. And also the sessions are very different because of the times we're starting and when the boys swim, when the girls swim. So to adapt as quickly as what we did and to be as dynamic is great. So we're more than happy with the results. I know I keep questioning them, but with all things considered, it's been a very, very good gala for us.
It's also been a very good effort there for Joannica Krickler, finishing P1 in the women's 200 IM 258.70, women's 200 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. Also very good times from the likes of Ferreira, Leach, and Murray. Nikita Douglas out in the pool. She's about to wrap things up. a very good effort from her too. Yeah, tell us about Abigail Kotze, because I mean, geez, this is a person to mark down as a serious one to watch for the future.
Yeah, so Abby joined us last year in January. She's just got faster and faster over the last, 14, 15 months. I can't speak about what's going to happen in the future. Obviously, we're going to have to take it, in her case, year by year, maybe even month by month. But she's very, very talented. She's going to be a good sprinter. I don't think she's going to be suited to the distance races, especially if you saw what she did leading off the Western Cape B team relay. So she broke the 50 freestyle record in that relay, first 12-year-old under 27 seconds. So we're talking in the same leagues as Missy Franklin, who's got the national age group record in America. So we just have to make sure that the program suits her and that we've got something to keep adding on. At the moment, she's only swimming maximum 6 sessions a week. In the build-up to this, it is 5 sessions. We don't do a lot of high mileage. She only swims about 15 kilometers a week. So there's got to be room to keep adding on for her to get better. We'll start introducing a dietitian, maybe some land-based training when she's 14, 15. So we're hoping that there will be upward potential and progression. That's the main thing. Where can we keep adding and not to overdo it now while she's young?
About to kick off the men's 200 IM S14 to S15 multi-class. And from lanes 2 downwards, we've got Sean O'Neill, Mtele Kamarana, Aaron Potts, Valentina Vergatine, JP Nell, and Eli Lawrence. Of course, Kamarana and Potts certainly going to renew their rivalry. Good start from both men. Okay, so moving on from one future superstar to the other, Ty Pearson.
Ty, I've had, myself and Duncan, the video coaches, have had him since 2016, 2017. So we've seen his development over the last 5 or 6 years. One thing I can say about Ty is that he does put in the work, he does put in the effort, he understands sport very, very well. I would say he's a student of the sport because he does question things a lot, which is fun.
How so? I'm interested to know.
So our program is very different to what most other coaches in the country and the world do. Our program's based on a training methodology called ultra short race pace training. We don't quite stick to that principle. We do a lot of high intensity interval training that's based on that. So obviously with other swimmers, they do in other programs that are high in aerobic and what they call quality work, where they work on heart rates. We work on pacing and speed. We don't work on heart rates. So he's questioned that a few times, which is perfectly fine. Obviously, because other swimmers are doing it, and he wants to do what other swimmers are doing, but we've got to do what's best for him. And what we have done with him has been what's best for him. And it's fine if he challenges me, as long as I've got the answers to explain exactly why we're doing it and why it's going to benefit him. And with that being said, Ty knows, and I've said it to him before, he wasn't a talented swimmer when he came to us. He could barely swim breaststroke. His other strokes were okay, they were competent, but it's taken him a long time to actually be a better swimmer and have the correct technique to swim fast. One thing he's very good at is his underwater work. You'll see he can do a lot of damage off the blocks and off the turn, and he made that decision himself that he wants to be the best underwater swimmer in the country. And he's got a lot of other boys that are in the squad that were very good at underwater work that he could challenge himself against, and that's what's made him good. And he hates to lose. He hates losing. He will make 100% sure that he beats other boys at training every single day, and that's what's brought out the best in him. So again, I don't think he's been the most talented or the most gifted swimmer. He's hyper flexible, which does help with his underwaters, but his work ethic and his tenacity has got him to where he is.
And another man whose work ethic and tenacity has got him to where he is Aaron Potts. Another fantastic swim from him, 2:34.41. Mtele Kamarana, 2:46.08. Valentina Vergatine, 2:53.18. Great performances all round from the men in those 200 IMs, S14 to S15 multi-class heats, as we move over to the next event coming up. And still out in the waters, about to finish things up, we've got Eli Lawrence swimming for the Free State. And out in lane 2, coming through now, Sean O'Neill from the Western Cape. And they'll wrap up this event in the men's 200 IM S14 to S15 multi-class. Yeah, you're saying that you're trying to work out whether it's been more successful than last year. I mean, you've obviously got a very high standards that you guys live to, because I think any coaches would be dreaming of results like that.
Yeah, definitely, Derek. We've come from very humble beginnings since about 2015, 2016. Our squad has changed quite dramatically over the last few years. A lot of swimmers have come in, a lot of swimmers have left. You know, we've tried to create a culture that breeds success, and if you want to be successful, you've got to buy into that culture. I'm a very passionate rugby supporter. I admire the All Blacks immensely and what the Springboks are doing now, and their success is attributed to that culture. You've got someone like Julian Severe, who was the best swing at the 2015 World Cup. 2 years later, wasn't playing in the All Blacks team because he wasn't buying into that culture. They call them the tall poppies, you know, too arrogant, too big for their boots, don't want to put in the effort. Rico Iwani comes out of nowhere, becomes the best swing in the world. So we've tried to create that culture at Vineyard where, you know, the kids have a lot of fun. They love swimming, they enjoy it, they want to be there, they want to be successful. And with those fundamentals in place, the success follows. The only thing is, if the swimmers don't buy into that success, they do struggle because the squad is very, very talented. In the 100 flyers, we had finalists in every single race. 100 back, same thing. 50 back. I mean, across the board, we've had finalists in almost every single event. And those swimmers are racing each other day in and day out. So if they don't buy into that culture and if they don't work as hard as the others, they slowly fall off the bandwagon. But we try our best to keep them motivated. And luckily we have these galas now, and we have events with, you know, Rebecca swimming, and Chad, and Peter Kutsia, Matthew Sates. They want to see these guys. That's the ignition they need to keep going. Tatiana, Lara, you know, phenomenal athletes. They want to be them, and the more they see them and the more they race, the more they want to stay in the sport. If there aren't competitions, if there's no ignition, if we don't have that culture, they're going to want to give up. So it's very important we have these meets. As challenging as what they are, we need it. We need the sport to grow in this country because we've got immensely talented swimmers and athletes. Laura is a great swimmer. She's been a very good age group swimmer from a very young age, and she's gone all the way through. And, you know, there's so many other age groupers like that. They see someone like Laura doing that, they'll want to be like her too. And we need it. We do need it.
I completely concur, and I'm not even in the swimming business. Looking at now, we've got the men's 200-meter IMS 1 to S13 multi-class, and leading the way, Nathan Hendricks. And Nathan Hendricks has been exemplary throughout this event over the last 5 days. This is the 6th and final day. Superb performances from him day in and day out, and he's leading the way ahead of Christian Sadi and Matthew Moss. SM8. Nathan Hendricks swimming in the SM13 category. Christian Sadi also SM8, but Nathan Hendricks will set another explosive time of 2:30.66. That's well outside his seeding time, but no doubt he'll speed that up a little later tonight. Christian Sadi, 2:37.73 for him. And finally, wrapping things up, Matthew Moss will come through at 2:45.09. I know when you got here off air, you were saying you're exhausted after 6 grueling days, and it really has been grueling because, you know, just chatting to the coaches and swimmers, ordinarily you used to meet where it's a couple of hours in the morning for the heats, and then you're back in the evenings for the finals. But of course, at the juniors, it's crammed in the middle. So it literally has been non-stop swimming. The odd break that we get here and there is probably like an hour and a half max. It must be taxing on not only the swimmers, but the coaches too.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, obviously the swimmers are putting a lot of hard work, more hard work than the coaches, but we work very hard ourselves. I mean, we're building up to this for 11 and a half months, 12 months of the year, and that in itself has to be done perfectly. Well, I'm a perfectionist, Duncan is as well. We want to make sure that our swimmers are best prepared and that we can't look back and say we made a mistake. I mean, mistakes happen. But then with a gala that goes on like this from 7:30 in the morning, we had 6:30, leaving 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, it takes its toll. So we yeah for the kids. We believe in servant leadership. We're not going to put ourselves in front of the kids. We'll do whatever the kids need from us to make sure that they perform. And as tiring as what it is, that is what we are here for. It really is. So it is tiring. It's emotional, but we're going to have a break soon, and then we'll be back in it after the long weekend.
This is one of the stars of the meet, Kat Swanepoel. We had her as a guest a couple of days ago telling us about her sensational story and how she came to where she is now and how she's managed to achieve what she has achieved. She's swimming alone in the women's 150 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. And just on the event in general, Reese, looking at, I mean, it's the second time that Nelson Mandela Bay is hosting this event, consecutive time. Of course, we were here last year under wholly different conditions. Last year, of course, COVID restrictions, we were in a bubble. That being said, it's funny because we speak about not being in a bubble, but it feels like we are because we've been here non-stop.
No, it really does feel like we're in a bubble because, like I said, 12, 13 hours a day we are here. It is what it is, Derek. It really is. At least there's a competition the kids are racing. That's what we want. The junior swam regionals last year, which was exciting. We had a very good regionals in the Western Cape. We swam at Stellenbosch. Brilliant pool, very small, but it's fun because of COVID numbers. Only swimmers, coaches and managers were allowed in. We had a very good regionals. We won that. We won province champs as well. I don't know how we would fare here against clubs because we're swimming provincially. But at least we are racing, and as challenging and as difficult as it is, that's what we want. Like I mentioned earlier, we just want to be racing. And it is difficult. It's different to last year. But again, we are swimming and we're racing. That's what we want.
Taking away the performances from your own swimmers, just looking as a general fan, what have been some of the highlights that have stood out for the races and performances?
From my swimmers personally, or just races in general?
Let's do both, actually. From your swimmers firstly, and then let's look at from a general perspective.
So it's difficult for me to say from my club's perspective, because as long as the kids are getting faster, I'm happy. Obviously, it's great to be winning medals and it's great to be breaking records, but as long as there's progression, we know we've done a good job, and the kids are putting the work and the effort, and they're getting the results that they want. With regards to the gala as a whole, there's been quite a few races that I've been extremely impressed with. I mentioned Laura earlier, that 2950 breast, that is seriously quick. The 10500 breast as well, seriously quick. Tatiana, Kayleen, Peter's 53. I was absolutely mind blown that he could do that time. I didn't expect that at all from him. But he is a very gifted and talented swimmer. If you've got that height and that size, you're going to be good. I was very impressed that Chad qualified as well. He had quite a heartfelt podcast with Paddy Upton, the cricket coach.
Yeah.
And his heartfelt podcast pretty much shared how hard he works and how difficult things have been in the past, and he's ready to bounce back, and he did. As long as he gets his training and his recovery in, he's got other guys around him pushing him. If he's hungry, he can win. He's just got to get it right, and I'm sure he will. He had a brilliant 200 fly. He paced it well. He wasn't out as fast as what he was at the Olympics, which was great, and that is why he finished so strong. It was a brilliant time, 155. So there's been a lot of senior swims that have been brilliant, and again with my swimmers, as long as they're getting faster, we're happy.
Just seeing Kat Swanepoel emerge from the pool, an excellent time, 3:12.47 for her in the women's 150 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. About to kick off the first of four heats in the women's 400 freestyle. Earl, Hearn, Robertson, Pulford, Meader, McMorrin, Hartman and Rolfe. Quicker seeding time here. Michaela Pulford by quite some distance, in fact, 4:12, well clear of the rest. So keep an eye out for her in lane 4. So the first of 8 laps underway. Any of your swimmers here?
None of the vineyard swimmers are here, but
Okay.
we've got Trinity Hearn from the Western Cape, so we'll keep an eye out for her. I know Michaela Pulford trains out of Australia. I might be wrong about that, but she had a decent world short course. She was able to go. There weren't any restrictions against the Australians. There were for South Africans. They couldn't go and race. And then Rebecca Meader's originally from the Western Cape, so we'll see how she goes. She's had a lot of races, so her body's probably a bit tired. But she went out in a 29.0, that's good. We'll see what she can do. 400 free qualifying times of 4:10, that's a quick qualifying time.
Yeah, that is. That's exceptionally fast. And Belford 4:12 with that seating time. Yeah, just don't know how determined she was in setting that, but yeah, let's keep an eye out for her. Yeah, we had Rebecca Meader on yesterday, in fact, and she was saying, I don't think people understand how severely she suffered with a back injury, and also she'd recently recovered from COVID about 5 weeks prior. She said it's been tough going, but she's been fighting through. She is an exceptional talent and a great swimmer. Sorry, I know I'm keeping you here for a long time, so feel free to leave when you want, but I'm really enjoying your company. Just going back to, you say the mindset at Vineyards is to do things a lot different. And is that explained to swimmers when they get there? Like, listen, you're going to probably come from a club that operates a little differently. And how do you get buy-in from that immediately? Is it quite a tough sell?
So initially, I think a lot of swimmers jumped ship when we started implementing this training philosophy and this training program, and they went to other clubs. And it's really all about the athlete. If the athlete isn't happy, they've got to go. They've got to do what's best for them and what's going to make them happy. So that's why I said we've come from humble beginnings. So we had to start from scratch and build the squad up over years. If swimmers do join, we're very open and very frank about our philosophy, and we explain it to them as best we can. Both myself, Duncan Bonney, the previous coach, Brendan Pinar, Gary Bonney, Sue Bonney, Dylan Krupp, who also coached with us. We know it well, so we can explain it well. The thing is, it's quite difficult for the swimmers to move from other clubs to get into the program, because it's very difficult training, because they are swimming at race pace day in and day out. So the intensity is very, very high, and to try and get to that intensity takes some time. So when swimmers do move across, I'm quite upfront about the fact that we're not a club that's got a magic pill that's going to make you fast overnight. It's going to take time. We had a couple of swimmers who moved over in December, or actually November, and swam province champs, and they struggled because they were still trying to learn the program and understand the pacing and how to pace their race properly, because that's a big aspect of it. We try and pace our races as perfectly as possible. And there is a physiology behind it. That is how we work. So when the swimmers moved across, they did struggle at province champs, but it got better at the Scala, and they all swam spectacularly well. They all improved. So it takes time, and it's just that the athletes have to understand that when they move over, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a process. But once that process kicks in, they will be better and they will be faster. But we're very upfront about it, and we explain it, and it's all about them learning and becoming students of the sport as well. All of our swimmers are very astute swimmers, and they understand the sport and they understand the physiology behind it. That's why I don't mind being challenged. And if I don't know the answer, I'll go and find it and give it to them, or they can go and find it themselves. So, yeah.
It's interesting. And why do you think more clubs the world over haven't adopted the strategy, or is it something that you have looked into meticulously and said this is going to work, and if it doesn't work, at least we died trying?
So I do think there are a number of coaches in the country who are doing it and are getting it right, and you'll see that their results are very good, especially the age groupers who have been good from a young age and have gone right through up to senior level. I think the Americans are doing it as well. They're just not doing it the same way as us. They've found a method that works for them, and we found a method that works for us. But slowly but surely, it was a very good time, Derek. 4:17, excellent swim by Michaela.
4:17.38, Michaela Palford coming in with the victory in the first of 4 women's 400 frees. 4:17.38, that's an exceptional time. Congratulations to Michaela. Just having a look at that qualifying time, remember, was 4:10.57. A little off that, but yeah, she was taking it easy. But Michaela Palford, congratulations on a great win. Second place going to Rebecca Meader, and third, Samantha Randall taking that. No, it was Jordan Rolfe taking that one in third position. Moving over now to the second of 4 heats. Once again, the women's 400-meter freestyle. Ross, Kutsia, Van Rensburg, Kutsia, Mandel, Nodes, Kutsa, and Randall. Once again, it's lane 4 that you want to spy on. Dune Kutsia, 4:16.13. It's a name that certainly is no stranger to the pool. We've seen some outstanding performances from her over the course of the last couple of days. Yes, sorry, you were saying, so continue.
So I think I just want to go back. I don't want coaches and other swimmers to think we're criticizing their method, because they've got to do what works for them. And if it works for them, all power to them. We found that this works best for us, and it may not work well for all of our swimmers, but we will try and make it work as best we can. Just going back to what I said earlier, that a lot of coaches do aspects of what we do. We just do a little bit more of it. You'll see like swimmers like Sarah Sjostrom, even Michael Phelps to an extent was doing similar aspects of our program, just that they did less of it. A lot of good sprinters out there, the likes of Maggie McNeil, who broke the 50 back world short course record. She won gold in the 100 fly at the Olympics. They're doing a little bit more of what we're doing. Siobhan Wawi, the lady from Hong Kong, who also trains out of America, I think, she's doing more of what we do, and it's working for them. So the coaches and the swimmers just have to find what works for them. If it works, run with it. If it doesn't, try and innovate, try something new, try and figure out the best way forward for your swimmers and your team. And like I said, it's working for us, and we will keep changing things. We've got to keep innovating. If we keep doing this program year in and year out, we're going to become stagnant. So we've got to try and take a look at these results, look at our swimmers who did well, look at the swimmers who struggled, and try and figure out what we can change to make it better, as long as there's progression. And that's why I said to Duncan earlier, does he think we've gone backwards, or has it got better? And he said it's got better. So obviously something's worked, but there are things we've got to improve. I do think our swimmers' kicks have got to have a lot of work. We've got to still figure things out of the breaststroke. We don't train in a long course meters pool, which I think hurts them a little bit. So we've got to adapt our sets for the strokes too. So the butterfly sets are different for the breaststroke sets. The freestyle sets are similar to the backstroke, but not the same as the breast. So that's something we've got to revisit and try and improve on, which I'll do straight away as soon as we get back.
You're saying in terms of improving or dissipating, is swimming on the up in South Africa with regards to youngsters in terms of joining clubs? I can imagine there'd be a direct impact with the successes of the Tatianas and the Chads, and we've seen them on the world's biggest stages shining. And also, are there direct correlations as well with regards to their disciplines? So Tatiana doing wonders with breaststroke, you suddenly have a whole bunch of people showing up at Vineyard saying we want to be breaststrokers now.
Yeah, so I do think ignition does play a major role in the sport. If we rewind to Penny Haynes, 96, she got the gold in the 100 breast and the 200 breast, broke a world record, went on that world record streak. I think she got 12 or 13 world records in the space of 5 or 6 weeks, which is incredible. There was a young guy watching at home called Cameron van der Berg. He watched her do that at the 2012 Olympic trials when he qualified in the 100 breast. I remember he got out of the pool and was interviewed by Penny Haynes, and before she could give him the mic to ask him about his swim, he said, "I just want to thank you for what you did, because you inspired me to be a breaststroker." Fast forward now to 2020 Olympics, Tokyo, it's a breaststroker again. Cameron van der Berg probably inspired Tatiana. I don't know if he did, but I'm sure there was a bit of ignition there. Penny Haynes would have inspired her. We've got Laura van Niekerk as well, who would have watched and seen what Cameron van der Berg did. So there is a trend like that, and if you look across the world in other sports too, I mean, think about the sub 4 minute mile. No one thought anyone could do it until it was done. In the space of like 2 or 3 years, 17 other guys had done it. So the ignition was there, and that is a common trend in this country. And you can see how these young swimmers, follow these older swimmers around and get their autographs. And what's really cool about it is all these senior swimmers give up so much of their time for the young athletes. They're not prima donnas, they're not arrogant about it. They've got races to swim and prepare, but they'll always set aside time for the youngsters. That's something Chad has done really well. They are always around him, they always want a piece of him. And because of that attitude will also be seen in the generations to come. So I'm sure junior swimming in this country is looking healthy. You mentioned Ty, you mentioned Abby, but there's other good junior swimmers as well, like Jaden Eaton and Hannah Mouton, Jessica Thompson, good sprinters, good middle distance swimmers. So there's a lot of variety coming through. It's just about making sure they stay interested and that there's still that constant progression. We don't want them to plateau now.
Fantastic result from Dunay Coetzee. Told you to watch out for her. 4:22.43 in the second heat. Moving on to the third now. The women's 400 free. Oosthuizen, Leroux, Bellingham, Murray, Kuhn, and Janssen. Yeah, for those listening up, for the parents sitting at home, the kids that are listening and they're in Cape Town, think, well, geez, this sounds like the school that I want to be at. What do they do? How do they get hold of you? How do they join Vineyards?
So we've got quite an active social media presence as well, on Instagram, Facebook. We're highly contactable. As long as they go and follow us or go and view our website, they can get hold of us anytime. They can give us a call, they can email us, we can have a chat, see if it's the right fit. I mean, again, if it's going to be a right fit for the swim or not. We do have that culture that we started. We're going to tighten it up a little bit because it has got a bit loose over the last few weeks. We lost our home pool for 3 months and we were jumping around at outdoor pools, swimming in the dark because of load shedding, pools were cold. So things got loose. We've got to just ground the swimmers and make sure that everyone is still buying into the culture. We don't want swimmers to come in that may be bad apples that ruin it. So I wouldn't say we do our due diligence too thoroughly or we don't vet the swimmers. We just have to make sure it's a right fit for us and for them. But anyone is more than welcome to contact us. You can sit down, have a chat, and see if it's the right fit for them.
It's amazing, just sitting next to Reese, and he's got his stopwatch with him at all times, and he's watching. No matter what, there's always a coach involved in him somewhere. You can take the man out of the coaching realm, but you can't take the coach out of him. You keeping your eye out, who are you watching closely in this race?
We've got a little swimmer called Emma Kuhn in lane 6. She swims for Vineyard. She joined us last year after senior nationals. Very good fly swimmer, good backstroke, a good medley swimmer, very dynamic. So we'll see how she goes. She's very, very good at short course racing, so that'll be the next scholar we target. And then she'll start deciding what she wants to do after school, stick around or possibly look at scholarships overseas.
Yeah, she's one of 3 Western Cape swimmers competing, the others being Hannah Murray and Lana Janssen. Also Lachelle Oosthuizen, Chloe Leroux and Kristen Bellingham. Just having a look at Bellingham is currently at P1 with 2:12.74. Nice effort from her at the halfway stage of this, the women's 400 free. It is the 3rd of 4 heats. And just a word, I see we've got Peter Kutsia competing, doing another time trial in a couple of races' time. He'll be doing the time trial in the 200 backstroke. He just missed out. I think it was last night, if I'm not mistaken. I know you mentioned him earlier, but geez, what a... the word that I keep on being heard about him is phenom. And I mean, he's an outrageous talent. And like you say, he's got the body and physique to match.
Sorry to get that split there. Sorry, Derek. Yes, phenom's a good word. He's an extremely talented swimmer. I've been watching Peter Kutsia from when he was a young age because a lot of my boys race him. I think it was the 2018 Junior Nationals where he really became a stud. 50, 100, 200 back. His 200 IM was really good then as well. And at that Senior Nationals, I think he cranked out, or it might have been 2019, before World Juniors, he went a 5600 back, which is extremely fast for a kid of his age. So that would have been when he was 14 years old. I think that's the current SA Junior record, which will stand for quite a while. But he's very dynamic. I'm just impressed that he could crank out a 22-1 in the 53 and that 24 2 times over in the 50 back, the 53 in the 100 back, plus going for a 200 back. He's very dynamic. I personally like to specialize the swimmers in sprinting and middle distance just based on genetics and body type. But what Rocco's doing with him and what his previous coaches have done with him has been absolutely brilliant. And he is going to be a prospect to look out for. I mean, he's not even someone to look out for. He's there now. He's one of the best in the world.
Okay, and we're going to the final lap, and it is Bellingham leading, but Emma Kuhn lying in second place. Talk us through this finish.
She's been splitting exceptionally well, so that's quite exciting, and looks like she's finishing strong. We'll see if she can just keep the legs driving now the last 25 meters and be disciplined, not try to spin. She normally has a good finish. I personally wanted to finish strong, head down the last 10 meters, so let's see if she can do it. Brilliant swim from her.
Excellent effort from Emma Kuhn, certainly gaining in on Kristen Bellingham. Bellingham getting the win, but Emma with a 4.3456. Happy with that time?
Yeah, 6 seconds down. She's done zero preparation for this 400 free. She's been focusing on the fly, the back, and the medley. So I'm sure she's going to be smiling from ear to ear. I am. I'm very happy with that.
Oh, lovely. Well, Kristen Bellingham getting the win, followed by Emma Kuhn, and in third spot we've got Chloe Leroux. Reese, it's been great having you on board, man. Really, really enjoyed chatting about it, and yeah, all the success for the future and travel safe when you get back.
We're flying out tomorrow, 11 o'clock, and then straight back to work. So I'm a full-time teacher / coach, so I'll be teaching.
Where do you teach?
So I used to teach at a boys' school in Cape Town, Saks, and then with COVID, I decided to move online. So I teach at an online school called Teneo.
Wow. Oh, geez. Okay, cool. And apart from the swimming side of things, if people want to become a student at Tenea?
Yeah, also a very strong social media presence. We've got a lot of advertising going on, and I think it's such great value for money. So we give live lessons. We've got a structured timetable. It's not pre-recorded. The kids' timetable isn't as quite as hectic as a normal brick and mortar school, because I think the kids have too many lessons where they should have their own time for independent study. But for athletes or good musicians, people who don't have time for normal mainstream school, it's a really great fit. I know the Ndlovu Youth Choir was registered there. We taught them because they travel a lot because of America's Got Talent. So it's a very good school, very good value for money, cheaper than most schools. You know, obviously COVID hit parents' pockets financially, and they moved their kids over. When I started teaching, there was about 6,000 kids, and then we got over 9,000 kids registered. So it's huge. It's a big school, and we're getting fantastic results. So with how education works in the country, you get your matric in 3 ways. You get it through the Department of Basic Education, through IEB, and through SACA, the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute. We SACA, the homeschooling body. The top student in the country through SACA was from Teneo. So the results are also speaking for themselves. And if any aspiring sportsman wants to have more time for their swimming and needs something a bit more dynamic that'll work for them, I think Teneo is a very good choice and a good fit.
Excellent stuff. Reese, it's been great having you on. Travel safe back, and we'll catch you in Cape Town.
Thanks, Derek. Thanks so much.
Wrapping things up in the women's 400-meter freestyle. We're in the fourth of 4 heats. Taylor Haslam, Alani Ferreira, and Caitlin Marais in the water. What a finish from Taylor Haslam. 4:53.67. Alani Ferreira 5:02.18. And Caitlin Marais 5:42.11. Wrapping up the women's 400 freestyle heats. Now we move over to time trials. Hannah Pierce about to take to the water. 200-meter backstroke time trial. And qualifying time needed. 200-meter backstroke. 1:58.07. So Hannah Pierce, the 19-year-old out of Tshwane. 200 backstroke time trial. The time once again, 1:58.07 is what she'll be hunting. So Hannah Pierce at the halfway stage of this 200 backstroke. Touching down at 1:07.42. Joining me once again, man who's become synonymous with the microphone, Theo Verster. Theo, how are you doing? Geez, nice effort here from Hannah.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for having me back. We've been witnessing some amazing swimming over the last few days. It's coming down to the end now, and yeah, the guys are still performing really, really well.
Yeah, they certainly are. So Hannah Pierce about to make the turn. She'll do so, and I'll tell you now, her split 1:42.54. So that qualifying time looks to be out of range, 1:58.07. But a great effort nonetheless. Speaking of times, you've got some great news to tell us in the previous one of the previous events.
Yeah, Kat Swanepoel had an amazing swim. She also did like a sort of a time trial like Hannah Pierce is doing right now, swimming by herself. But yeah, she broke the SA record. She went about 12 seconds faster than what she did in Tokyo. So we're really, really chuffed about it. Just an amazing swim, and we hope that tonight when she swims it in the final that she can even go faster.
That is incredible. Yeah, the story just gets better and better for Kat Swanepoel. Hannah Pierce swimming at 2:17.26 for her over in lane 4. And we've got another time trial coming up. Peter Kutsia. Yeah, Theo, a little bit less swimming this summer round, so we're able to have a bit of a break.
Yes, I wish it was like this every single day, but you know, we left the best for last, and it's just nice to see that these guys still swimming and performing at the highest level.
Excellent stuff. Theo, enjoy the trip back. We'll see you this evening.
Thank you so much.
And congrats on the results once again. The final event of this session, we've got Peter Kutsia back in the pool. 200-meter backstroke time trial. Self and Reese chatted about him a little earlier. And yeah, the words we used was phenom. Peter Kutsia looking to qualify time. The time once again, 200-meter backstroke, 1:58.07. is what he'll be looking. Hannah Pierce just missing out earlier when she was looking for a 2:11.08. 1:58.07 for Peter Kutsia. Can he do it? First split, 27:43. Crowd watching ever so closely. Second split, 5:7.58. 1:58.07 is the time that he needs to get. But it gets you fighting hard. And he makes the final turn in 1:27.72. The time once again, 1:58.07 is what he needs. $1:58.07. Can he do it? It's going to be tight. And he gets it. 1:56.92. Sensational effort from Peter Kutsia. He smashes it, in fact. 1:58.07 was the time needed. And he does it. 1:56.92. Peter Kutsia, take a bow. 200-meter backstroke time trial. We've got another time trial now. Jonah Poole-Jones from the Western Cape. Poole-Jones, a 50 back time trial, 26.30. $26.0 for the 50 back time trial, 26.30. So that wraps up another session here in Rebecca on the 6th and final day of the SA Swimming Championships taking place at Deaton Park Swimming Pool. Thank you for joining us once again. We'll see you a little later. Welcome back to the action here at Newton Park Swimming Pool in Quebec. The sixth and final day of the SA Swimming Championships kicking off with the men's 200 IM, the young men, 12 and under finals. Stevenson, Daniels, Esterhazen, de Kock, Reinhardt, Nordia, Reinecker, and Jacobs. Good start from Esterhazen in lane 3. Esterhazen, the Namibian swimmer. Midway mark, 108.03 for him. John de Kock looking to close that gap between him and Esterhazen. Doing a good job of it. I predict this is going to be a tight finish. De Kock did exceptionally well in the breaststroke. Esterhazen still with not a comfortable lead, but a good one. And so begins the freestyle final leg. And Lorenzo Esterhazen widening that gap now. Excellent performance from the Namibian. De Kock fighting hard, but it will most likely be in vain. And de Kock touches down. What a victory. 2:39.7, John de Kock. 2:31.88, Esterhazen getting the win. Reinhardt in third, 2:36.47. But Lorenzo Esterhazen with the victory. A great win for the Namibian. Next, it's the turn of the 13-year-olds. McDonald, Troer, Mann, Gilletta, Randall, Stradum, Janssen van Rensburg, and Kinnear. Heard a lot about Jedrick Gilletta from his coach, Simon Gray, yesterday. Good start from Conrad Stradom from the Western Cape. Moving on to breaststroke. And it's Gilletta leading the way ahead of Juan Randall. Also in the hunt, Conrad Straydom. And it's Gilletta with the lead at the final turn. 149 low. And so begins the freestyle, the final leg. His coach, Simon Gray, pacing up and down. Simon Gray, a very happy man because Jedrick Gilletta is going to cruise to a very good victory. Simon Gray smiling like mad as his man gets the win. 2:21.10 for Jedrick Gilletta. Conrad Straydom second and Juan Randall in third. Moving over now to the 14-year-olds. In the men's 200, Estesen, Ding, Mielov, Pearson, Durant, Muller, Seabrook, and Van Heerden. Remember Ty Pearson, we heard a lot about him a little earlier. Chatting to his coach from Vineyards, Reese Hugo, saying that Ty absolutely hates to lose. And at the moment he's very much in a winning position. Ty Pearson making the turn, 59.49. Excellent effort so far from Ty Pearson. Going along very, very nicely. The youngster from the Western Cape from Vineyards. Pearson in complete control of matters. The Western Cape flyer. And Ty Pearson will coast home to a resounding win in this, the 14-year-old finals. He does it in 2:11.66. Oliver Durant from Namibia gets second. And in third spot, Chris Mielov. Congratulations, Ty Pearson. A terrific victory for him. Moving on to the 15-year-olds now. Esthazen, Bester, Minderin, Finley, Bryce, Milan, Kriya, and De Swat. At the midway mark, it's Finley leading the way, Minderin in second, and Esthazen in third. In lane 4, looking very strong, MJ Finley leading the way. The swimmer from Tshwane ahead of Minderin. Minderin fighting hard, but Finley will not be caught. Finley getting the win. Second going to the Eastern Cape's Bryce Minderin, and Francois Bester collecting third. Moving over now to the 16-year-olds. Rolf, Awidi, Lobo, Etzelt, Krobla, Eaton, Crick, and Kanjulo. You just joined us. We're watching the final of the junior finals in the men's 200 IM. First leg done and dusted. Eaton in front, 26.93. Just ahead of Awidi. Kanjulo in third. Eaton, the only man to dip below a minute at the halfway mark. And it's going to be a straight shootout now in the freestyle. It's going to be extremely tight. This is a tremendous fight in lanes 4, 5, and 6. It's Salt, Corbla, and Eaton. It's anyone's game. It's Salt and Eaton fighting hard. And Edsalt gets there. 2:10.73, edging Eaton. And Corbla getting third. Peter Edsalt with the win. Now it's a turn of the young women to take to the water. Very good start by Blake Morris. Watch out for Abigail Kotza. Absolutely sensational. She has been. So the 400 free, SA record here stands at 4:29. Could Abigail Kotza be in line for another record? She's done tremendously well so far. Her seed time was 4:34, so well off that mark. And let's see how she does. Abigail Kotza being one of the revelations of the meet. Reese Hugo telling us earlier how good she has been. The young swimmer from Vineyards. Abigail Kotza opening up a tremendous lead over her peers. (2:16.08) at the halfway mark. Three more laps to go for Abigail. Or for all the competitors. But Kotza way out in front. There'll be no stopping her. In fact, she might even open up a full lap lead. Two more laps to go for Abigail Kotza. 3:28.24. And there is daylight between Abigail Kortzer and the other contestants. Her closest challenger passing Abigail now on the return. And she is cruising to a phenomenal victory. She'll be outside of that record time, but it matters little because this is just stupendous. Abigail Kortzer from Vineyards in Cape Town taking the victory. 4:38.42. Incredible effort from the young Cape Townian. It's a fight for second. Who's it going to be? It looks like Eastern Cape will take second place in the form of Sienna Gous, 4:55.50. Lisa Marie Creer in third. Confirmation of results. Kortzer taking the win ahead of Gous, followed by Creer. So the other batch of 12 and unders taking to the water in the 400 freestyle. Harbron, Brains, Batu, Newton, Dace, Dempsey, Calf, and De Jong. So leading the way. 6 laps in. In lane 3. Powerful effort so far from Tessa Batu. Two laps to go. And the final turn now. Batu leading the way. Tessa Batu from Swane. In the outside lane, looking good, Daniel Harbron. But there will be no stopping Tessa Batu. Tessa Batu touching down, getting the victory. 5:10.16. Second, Daniel Harbron. And in third spot, with a high 5:18, Nina de Jong. Excellent effort from Cassidy Burgess. Applause all round. Wrapping up the 12 and under 400 freestyle finals. Excellent win there for Tessa Batu. Staying with 400s, we now move over to the women 13. 3 races in the 13H category. Humphrey, Kutsia, Goos, Moat, Myberg, Begley, Goos, and Burgess. Wrapping up now in what proves to be a terrific clash. Jamie Moat from the Eastern Cape getting the win. 4:43.51, finishing just ahead of Laura Goos. Carla Myberg grabbing third spot. Currently underway, the next event of the women's 13-year-old 400-meter freestyle finals. Sequeira, Dredge, Duplessis, Van der Merwe, Van der Waal and O'Connor. Duplessis leading the way. Madison Duplessis out in front, just clear of Ruth Dredge. The fight continues between Madison Duplessis and Ruth Dredge. Madison Duplessis, the swimmer from the Free State. With 2 laps to go. It's Duplessis just in front. Dredge from Tshwane. This is going to be a nice battle between the two. Look at the tension on the faces. Oh, this is going to be tight. Madison Duplessis in front. Ruth Dredge behind. But Madison Duplessis has got this all but wrapped up. She will take the win. A terrific win. 4.53.76. Ruth Dredge in second, 4.54.37. And in third spot, Anna Sequeira. And so begins the third heat, or the third final, rather, the third time final. Zante Narkle, Jessica Sardinia, and Emily Palmer. 13-year-olds in the 400-meter freestyle. Emily Palmer leading the way out of the 3 swimmers in this 400 freestyle for 13-year-olds, ahead of Jessica Sardinia and Zante Narkel. Palmer just ahead of Sardinia. Narkel in third. Final lap underway in the 400 free. Little to choose between the swimmers. Palmer looking strong. Narkel making a very good comeback. Palmer pulling away now. And Palmer will secure a very comfortable victory in the end. 5:10.32, a very good effort from her for the Eastern Cape. Narkel in second and Sardinia third. Kicking off now, the 14-year-olds, 400 freestyle. One of 3-time finals. Morton, Lott, Jacobs, Maton, Horn, Fury, Sinclair, and DeVette. 2 laps to go. In the 400 free, 14-year-old woman. Leading the way in lane 4, Hannah Maton. Going along nicely. Lying in second, Caitlin Horn. And in third, Moroni Jacobs. But it is Hannah Maton well out in front. Cruising to an emphatic win. And a potentially 2 Eastern Capers. Maton gets the victory. 4:26.28 for her. And in second place, going to Caitlin Horn. And Moroni Jacobs wrapping up the top 3. Excellent effort from Hannah Maton. 4:26.28. A superb outing for her. As the music of Aha plays over the speakers. Welcome once again to all the action here in Quebec. It is a bit sad by the fact that things will come to the end by the end of today. It has been such an amazing trip down in the bay. Returning to my old hometown. The city really did put on a show. Congratulations to Newton Park Swimming Pool for doing a tremendous job in hosting this prestigious event. We have a great battle on our hands. Leading the way in this battle between Manning, Rigby, Andreas de Klerk, Henning, Gray, Kraft and Brinkman. Danae de Klerk, 4.858. Heard plenty about her from her coach, Simon Gray. And powering away to victory in her Free State colors. Danae de Klerk, 4:43.69, getting the win. It's going to be tight for second. And it's Logan Gray second, Simone Henning third. But Danae de Klerk with the victory. We're on to the third of three time finals in the 14-year-olds, 400 free. Tanae Pitter, Michaela van Rooyen, Tamsin Kotze, and Monique Oosthuizen all in action. 3 more laps to go. The 14-year-olds, heat 3 of 3. Final heat underway, final lap, and it's Michaela van Rooyen leading the way from the Free State, well clear of Tamsin Kotza and Tanae Pitter. And getting home in a time of 5:05.25, Michaela van Rooyen. 5:09 low for Tamsin Kotza. And Monique Westhuizen with a 5:13.72. Michaela Rooyen topping the third and final timed final of the 14-year-olds in the 400 free. We move over to the 15-year-olds now, same discipline, different age. Contestants in action: Tanner Lindsay, Zandri Fourie, Zoe Griffiths, Vritia Gawal, Emily Martins, Alexia McCabe, and Caitlin Hapst. The battle's heating up between Griffiths and Agarwal. This is going to be tight. But Agarwal pushing on, as is Griffiths. Agarwal edging ahead. A tremendous performance from the swimmer India, but as I say that, Zoe Griffiths pulls away. That was superb from Zoe Griffiths. 4:35.13, 4:35.49. And in third place, Emily Martins from KZN. Moving on to the women's 15-year-old action. It's the 400-meter free. Alexia Kraling, Chelsea White, and Hayley McCarg. The action continues in the women's 400 free. The 15-year-olds in action. Leading the way. Hayley McCarg, followed by Chelsea White and Alexia Kraling. Fans and family willing the swimmers on. Final lap underway. And it's Chelsea White leading the arrow. Chelsea White from Gauteng will touch down in a time of 4:52.23. Next up, Hayley McCarg and Alexia Kraling rounding off the lineup. Moving over now to the women's 16-year-olds. It's the 400 free, one of two-time finals. Anae Meyer, Georgia Carstens. Callan Lotte, Corne van Skalkwyk, Anja Waller, Tasman Robson, Misha King, and Christine Vessels. So fantastic effort so far in the pool. We're witnessing the women's 16-year-olds in the 400 first of two-time finals. And the contestants Meyer, Carstens, Lotte, van Skalkwyk, Waller, Robson and King leading the way with 2 laps to go. Only just. Callan Lotte, 3:19.85. Tasman Robson in second place, van Skalkwyk in third. So near the end of this race, turning it into a terrific contest. We've seen some one-horse races so far. This is certainly not the case. This is an intriguing battle on our hands with 1 lap to go. And at the turn, Callan Lotte, 353 high, just ahead of Robson. Van Schalkwyk in third. This is going to be a brilliant battle between them. As I say that, Lotte starting to make her presence felt. Although Robson continues to keep her honest. Robson, in fact, closing the gap. This is going to be a terrific ending between the two swimmers from Tshwane. Nothing to choose between them. Who's it going to be, Lotte or Robson? Lotte gets there. Callan Lotte, 4:26.85. Tasman Robson, 4:27.56. And Van Schalkwyk rounding off the top 3. So, of course, we've been chatting to coaches throughout the course of the SA Swimming Championships. A lot of them making their travels down to Quebec. One of them's done so, but he's made his travels down to his hometown because, of course, he grew up here. I'm talking about former Olympian, former world record holder, and also the coach of Waterborne, Peter Williams. How are you, Pete?
I'm doing great. Good to be home. Always is, and maybe extend my stay a little bit before I go back to Joburg.
Yeah, we're chatting off air. Of course, I'm also from Joburg. I'm originally from here. I do envy you. I unfortunately have to go to the big smoke tomorrow. You, however, you'll have the luxury of being able to stay if you do.
Yeah, I'm just lately spend a lot of time when I come downtown here. I spend my time in Sardinia Bay. It's a beautiful part of the country. As much time as I can spend down here, I'll go for it.
Yeah, I completely understand why. It really is beautiful. And finally, we've got some beautiful weather. It's been very chilly over the last couple of days in Quebec, but the sun has come out. But irony would have it on the last day of the swimming championships. Not that it matters here because, of course, we are indoors. What have you made of the event? 6 days in, it's been non-stop swimming.
Yeah, it's been a marathon. I think as much for the swimmers as it is for the coaches and parents. Day one, I didn't leave the pool side for 15 hours. 15 hours, 13 and a half on the second day, maybe 12 and a half. Nothing, little toilet here and there and some water, but I don't think we touched a meal even.
The event that just got underway now, it's 16-year-olds, the second of 2-time finals. Scarlett Nickel, Tara Ace, and Rachel Krups. They're up against each other in the action here at Newton Park Swimming Pool. Tell us a bit more about your swimmers. How they fared, the swimmers from Waterborne?
We had a good tournament. I think the combination of both the age group and the senior championships has presented maybe a different approach this year. The swimmers got to elect as to which competition they want to swim, so it makes a difference. I think it's perhaps been a little difficult for the senior swimmers. The junior competition has probably taken precedence simply by the format. We've had some fantastic swimming in the evenings, and obviously as a senior coach and amongst other senior coaches, our priority is ultimately performance for the senior nationals. So a little bit of a pity that the stands are full and the spectators are going and the kids are racing each other, but not enough people here when we do the senior competition.
Yeah, no, it has. Unfortunately, there have been few and far between. They have been here, but not enough. I mean, compared to last year, of course, we weren't allowed anyone here.
Yeah.
But they were competing with cricket down the road at St. George's Park, and of course, the very, very chilly weather outside. So, and of course, we're broadcasting, so they're able to catch the action from the comfort of their own home. Let's look back a bit on your own swimming career before we got into coaching. I'm trying to work out, is there anyone else in this facility apart from you and Tatiana Schoenmaker who's broken world records that you can think of?
Well, there are any number of world record holders inside South African swimming. We have a very proud tradition and some awesome swimmers in the last 30 years that we've been readmitted international competition. But yeah, I think hopefully there are a few coming up, and Peter and Matt and Laura's well on her way to doing that. But I think probably just Tatiana and myself at this particular gala.
You're being extremely humble. It's an amazing feat. Just remind us what it is and where it was set, the 50.
It was actually 10th of April 1988, and one of my swimming parents is an official here. In fact, her children have stopped swimming, but she still volunteers to come down as an official. And Stella came to me and said, you do realize it's the 10th of April? And it's a Sunday morning, so at about 10:30, I got a little present from some of the swimming parents at Waterborne, and as a reminder, that's pretty much what happened, 30 odd years ago.
Oh man, jeez, I wish I clicked. And that
I don't
was
want to say how
yesterday.
many years ago. Was that 34 years ago.
The anniversary, gee. And what was it feeling like when it became ratified, was official, and you were told, listen, no one else on the planet has done what you've just done?
Well, I was only 19 at the time. I wanted to break more. But as an athlete and competitor, I think the first thing you think about it is not that you've achieved something necessarily that you've been working for, but it's a satisfying feeling of that you got what you wanted, but more importantly, you got what you worked for. Yeah.
And of course, a lot of that was honed to the skills that you acquired here in Quebec, PE back then, at just down the road at Grey High School.
Unquestionably, still to this day, arguably, certainly in my own head, I argue with myself quite frequently, but Mr. Tom Connell was my coach from when I was 5 years old until I was 18 when I left for the States, and I had some wonderful support in the States, a college system, infrastructure. I'd never swum in a heated pool in my life before until I went there. And Cal Bence was who later coached Penny. Cal was a wonderful, wonderful person. And I think that the mixture of sort of hardcore Scottish drill sergeant type of attitude that Tom represented was just what I needed as a kid. Grey's a tough school. I'm sure it still is. There's lots of tradition there. There's some strict rules. But if you remember those days from Grey, there was no more fear in the Grey system than for Mr. Tom Connell. And he happened to be my personal coach that I saw every single day. So, Mark Edge was there, Andrew Dean as well. They're on the pool side here coaching. But I still believe that toughness is what I needed as a kid growing up.
I'm sure that's certainly applied to the swimmers that are in the pool as well. A great victory there for Rachel Krups in a time of 4:47.52. Scarlett Nickel getting a 4:48.31, and Tara Ace with a 4:52.40, wrapping up that event. As we move on to the very long stuff now, strap yourself in as we head towards 4 1,500 meter free events. So yeah, it's going to be a long one, so we're going to be chatting to Peter for quite a while. Peter, just in terms of the swimming talent on offer that you've seen, South African swimming on the up, what would you say? Of course, it's experienced a little bit of a boom, I would imagine, just in terms of interest, following the successes of the likes of Chandler Clough back at London and now Tatiana in Tokyo.
I've always had a very informal lay argument that notwithstanding any particular time in the last maybe 4 decades of South African swimming and the last 3 that we've been part of international sport, that we're always going to have 2 or 3 outliers every 5 to 10 years coming around our sport, irrespective of where they're from. Penny's from Amanzimtoti, Peter's now from Rustenburg, Matt's from Pietermaritzburg, Amy's from Neisner. It doesn't really matter what you're from. If you've got that talent and that belief, and it's very endemic, not only in our swimming culture in South Africa, but also in sport and generally with South Africans. You always get some folk who want to cane it and beat the rest of the world. They're there. But I think what's different, and certainly maybe even unique at the time, right now, is that we have between 4 and 6 and 8 of extremely talented swimmers between the ages of 17 and 19, and I include Rebecca there because Rebecca's not much older than that. But we saw with Lara the other day. I'm very close with Lara, and Eugene I used to coach Eugene, her coach, and I shouldn't be saying that really, should I? But without sounding arrogant about it, we fully believed that Lara was going to win that race. Through swim partners, we become a group of mates that coach together. We found each other. All our swimmers know each other. Yeah. And Lara is so humble, but so focused and filled with self-belief. A couple of people who don't know Lara, haven't watched Lara like maybe we have over the last 8 to 10 years. That maybe Tatiana's experience would hold out, and Tatiana's an absolute heroine for all of us. But competition is what it is, and I've got no doubt that Tatiana will push even harder and lift her game. That's what sport is about. You learn when you get beaten. Yeah. You learn when someone's knocked you out. You learn when someone smacked you up. are you going to get up or are you going to give up? And I think we all know what Tatiana's going to do.
And there's no question, in turn, that will also spur Laura to also push on further. And I mean,
Absolutely.
rivalry is a great thing. And we've seen it now. You mentioned Matt Sates, and I mean, obviously the young up-and-comer that people have been talking about for a long time. And Chad Leclos' crown was seriously under threat. And we saw how he bounced back at the swimming championships.
Yeah, it's Chad's birthday tomorrow. It's his 30th birthday, I think.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
and his last race at these championships was a Saturday night. We actually went out for a meal and may have had a couple of drinks till whatever time of the morning.
The water's
But,
great here.
But one of the comments that Chad made, he spent a good few hours rapping, is how much respect he's got for particularly these two young boys,
Yeah.
Matt and Peter. We can speak of Matt, and I've been on overseas tours with both of these boys. They're humble, they're characters, they're fun, they love each other, and they spur each other on. But it's hard to tell which one of them is a better or more talented swimmer, and they both just love it. They live for it. Yeah.
I actually chatted to Peter Katsia a little earlier at the end of the previous session, and I asked him what his plans are this evening because his swimming's done. He said, no, he's definitely going to come down to watch, and I said, well, please join me on comms. He said, no, I'd absolutely love to. And it's interesting you mentioned the rivalry, the friendly rivalry between him and Saints, because you seldom find them apart. They're always hanging around each other. They look like very, very good friends, and obviously great adversaries as well.
Well, yeah, quite often I see them trying to pick up the same girl. And I still don't know which one's going to win because they're rivals at everything, but they finish everything with a laugh and a hug. It's great.
That seriously is great. And on a whole, with regards to these SA Swimming Championships, I know that we've mentioned the amount of swimming that has taken place, but compared to last year, because last year we operated in that bubble, there weren't allowed any fans. But in saying that, and I mentioned this earlier to Reese from Vineyards, that it's almost like we're still in a bubble because we've seen little else outside of the pool and a hotel.
Maybe even more so. I mean, last year was great fun. I mean, even having your camera crew, your production crew around was great. We all stayed in the same hotel. It was good fun. I don't know if everyone could have got through another week like that this year. But yeah, I try and get out to sides. I haven't even got out in there since the competition's begun because we've just been stuck in this little small circle of PE, Newton Park swimming pool.
And your plans, so after your little holiday in PE, after the swimming, what's next? Do you go back to Joburg and then?
Yeah, we're right into it. April's always a little bit of a different month. You might have some coaches and swimming clubs that will rest for up to 3 weeks and get going in May again. We as a swimming club perhaps lost more pool time. My pool wasn't available for most of that 4 to 6 months of lockdown. I know some clubs were relatively unaffected, fortunately for them. But of arguably one of the top clubs in the country, we certainly we lost out on pool time plenty. So that's only 16 months ago. So we've got we've not lost time. We can't make up for it. But most of the rest of April we'll swim through. We'll have the public holidays off, take a long weekend here or there. We're gonna have a few days off now. But it's an ideal chance for me to do some talking to the team and the different age groups. I mean, I coach 7 and 8-year-olds as well. Let all the parents know what the plan is. Have parent meetings, private chats with families and their kids. Do a little planning for the year. But actually that more intimate side of coaching that's often lost when you're working hard for a competition and you're in the water. There's no time for chats, there's no time for motivation. You've just got to get in and train. I think we will probably use April and May, most of us, to do our planning and get across to the kids and the parents and the families that we work with that this is where we're going, this is what we want to do. You know, at the end of the day, I found myself as a coach saying maybe I would have a different attitude towards finishing a competition. It was all about, having a party at the end of the gala.
Yeah.
I know you like that as well.
Yeah.
But for me, whatever happens at a gala, I need to know exactly where that particular swimmer, child, kid is. They need to show me. There must be no soft racing. I need to know exactly where their training is, exactly where their character has taken them in terms of their competitive attitude development. And given that if they're honest about that, and it's assumed that they are, the second thing that we learn from a competition is that, where we've got to go. And the kids, if they come out of there and we've done those two things, and how we're going to do it, then it's a good time to have a meeting and say, okay, how are we going to do the next 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 8 years, whatever it may be.
What's been the highlight from a waterborne perspective here at the meet?
I've been impressed. I've got a more swimmers. First time in a long time. I've got more swimmers here in the age groups. Most of my swimmers go overseas once they finish school, so quite often I don't have a lot of senior swimmers at the senior nationals because they're all overseas. Maybe they come back, maybe they don't. Mariella's very busy with her exams at Michigan and just couldn't get back here. Gabby Krobela has just been a standout athlete at Dallas and SMU, and won Athlete of the Year, Academic of the Year. She's done fantastically. She's just graduating. She wanted to come back, and it's just a little difficult with traveling plans, etc. So that sort of senior swimmer, most of those are overseas. Brent stopped swimming. Brent's a legend in South African swimming. Pound for pound, I don't think there's been a better swimmer in the world ever that I've seen. What Brent is 400, is 800, is 1500, is a little absolute, little Jack Russell. So, those swimmers are all wrapped up with the post-Olympic cycle. I've got a bunch of girls. My team is sort of 85-90% female right now, and my senior swimmers, 7 or 8 on matric. So, there are other things inside that ecosystem we've got to consider. Perhaps not in the shape that they've been in before. But arguably, as those younger swimmers, whether they're in lane 1, lane 8, or trying to make their first final, or trying to get their first bronze or silver or gold, we coach to watch change. And, well, that's why I coach. I like to watch the change in competitive attitude. I like to watch their personalities develop. I love seeing the penny drop. I know that term is lost on most people out there, but for those of that are old enough to understand what that means, that's there. And watching someone's head just open up to what possibilities may be, getting to the point where you sort of shake each other's hands and we're in it together. That's the rewarding part of the job. It's not the highest paid job. Those relationships and the development of that relationship, and finding a way forward when things are difficult. At the top of the world, like Tatiana, and have an 18-year-old, teach you a thing or two. Yeah. So, you don't stop learning, and this is not a sport where you can be too arrogant, because someone's going to come from somewhere and slam you. But I'd be amiss to say, if it's a really honest answer is JJ Rolfe. Coached her since she was 8 or 9 years old. She's been through the life cycle as a whole family. She's got 4 younger brothers that swim with me. Second year medicine Wits. We can't train like we did when she was at school. I don't know any South African that's done medicine and carried on swimming, particularly she does the middle distance events. Wow. And she's done some PBs here, and she's in the 400 final tonight. There's a PB in the 200 free. She's done great in the 800 and 1500, clean sweep of finals, and girls are tired. This is 6 days of racing. Exceptionally proud of JJ's achievements, and she may not be a name on everyone's lips, but for me that's the best thing about waterborne achievements is the example that she continues to set and still be top of the class at this. And then probably secondly, maybe a better known name is Dakota. Yeah. Dakota Tucker. Those of us that are close and intimate what goes on with swimming would have noticed that Dakota hasn't been here much. She had really bad chest infection for 12 days. She had a ligament injury first week of January. Trained for a couple of weeks. Got a bad chest infection, back to pulmonologist, etc. Lost another 12 days. It wasn't even that we could do the yoga or any kind of running or anything. Couldn't do a thing. She was so laid out. Maybe did 7 or 8 days of training. Very impressed with her early mid-February. And then got COVID. So she's been out of the water more than she's been in the water. I told her parents 5-6 weeks ago, we're not coming to nationals. And I told her. So unequivocally, we're not coming. I like to play games every now and again, but strategy, you bring enough people, and she went through the full cycle of not coming. And I phoned her dad and said about 3-4 weeks ago, if I vaguely think she can go under 220, we'll fly down for just one day, do the 200 IM, not at 400 IM, which is her main race. She's not in the shape to do it. But for her to have been so ill, missed so much training, arguably I brought her down just for the day. She flew down Friday afternoon, raced Saturday morning. It was better than any of us thought she would be. So I'm close to a PB, went second in the final, and by 8 o'clock on Sunday morning she'd flown back to Joburg. Wow. So for those of us that have been doing a marathon gala, maybe we should think about just coming through for main races. You can be as sick as you want to be, and you don't have to do one day's racing. But I think the mentality and what I'm trying to get through is a competitor who's disciplined, who's always ready to learn and back themselves. most swimmers would have extrapolated that there's no ways they could be competitive.
Yeah.
And I phoned her dad last Friday before the gala started and said, right, are you prepared to bring her down for one day? Because I think she might be all right. And she went second in the 200 IM. And so,
That's
you know,
incredible.
it's a story with every kid here, and they're all awesome stories.
Waterborne up in Johannesburg, where based?
We're at Randburg Virgin Active. We've been there since we were Health and Rackets in April of '97. I've had a contract there. I personally haven't ventured outside of there. So we realised we don't have many lanes. And we're in a leisure gym essentially. Virgin Active and Health and Racket have been great to us. They've made sure that I always have those 4 lanes.
Yeah.
And it's something. It's better than cold water. We grew up in Port Elizabeth at Grey. It's nicer than training in 12 degrees Celsius. But it's not straightforward, and we don't have a long course pool, and we don't have 12 lanes, and we don't have bursaries, and we don't have a budget. And I'm very much a community high school, primary school coach, just in a club form. So, we're proud of what we've done. I don't think I would have guessed in 24 years. Well, first of all, I don't think I'd do it for 24 years.
Yeah.
I thought I'd try it for a year. You get so attached to the children and their families, and like your own children.
And finally, and for those wanting to join Waterborne, what do they have to do?
They might have to join a waiting list.
Okay.
So fortunately Vanessa looks after that kind of thing and manages all those parents. But we don't try and be too big. We don't squash too many kids in a lane. It's not about the turnover or the money or the take home. It's about running a quality operation, whether a child is trying to make a team at school or whether they're one of the stars that's come out of Waterborne. It's just about doing it ethically and sensibly and having a good time doing it.
I've posed this question to numerous coaches because I just keep on trying to find out a different answer, and it all comes back to the same thing. And it comes up for parents listening. I've got a 6-year-old daughter. She shows a bit of talent. She started swimming when she was born. Big feet, got genes in the family as well, which is great. We've got a couple of SS swimmers in the family. And what do I do with the 6-year-old? Do I force it on her now, or do I wait?
I would say this to an Olympian who's going through a difficult time motivating themselves to get through the training, and I'd say this exactly to you as you've posed the question. And it's my answer to a lot of my kids and discussions I have with them through the life cycle, and the many friends that I made. Swimmers keep coming back. Dylan's a big friend, John's a big friend. These guys swam for me 20 years ago. And that is find a coach that works for you, that's going to put you first, and don't look for a coach where you're going to be serving them and their purposes. Live your own agenda, make your own decisions. Don't get led astray. Look at people with integrity and who are authentic in what they're doing. Use your own life skills to judge who's is that person and who's not. But find a coach that is focused on you.
Lovely. Peter, it's been great chatting, as always.
Yeah, I love it.
I know we chat a lot.
Later, huh?
Yeah, of course. I know we chat often off air, but great to have you on comms. And we're going to be wrapping things up. And day 6, the final day, almost done.
Look, I don't know how you actually handled it. I think you've worked harder than the coaches and swimmers. So, well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
and
it.
well done to Chris. I mean, I really got a lot of respect for you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, the director, and Modidi also doing a fabulous job. Bringing all the action to you live from Newton Park Swimming Pool. Peter Williams, we've just chatted to him, former world record holder, former Olympian, and the coach of Waterborne. Get in touch, but you'll have to be on that waiting list for now. Cheers, Pete.
Thanks, man. Cool.
So great to chat to Peter Williams, but what a performance from Chris Mielov. 16:27, 6-7. Finishing ahead of Grant Lightning. And in third place, Jedrick Gilletta. Chris Mielov wrapping up the win in emphatic fashion and doing so well at it as well. So terrific performance from Chris Mielov. First place for him in the 1500 timed finals. First of 5.
Once you get stalled,
Moving on to the second 1500. The men in action. Richard Mayer, Jean-Ray DeFos, Troy McWilliam, Anthony Clayton, Ethan Dutton, Ethan Solomon, Riley Holton, and Christopher Schantler. So after a grueling 1,400 meters, only 100 meters to go. That for Christopher Schantler in lane 8. Looking very strong. Torturous 1,500 meter freestyle. Men's 12 to 14. Schantler, final lap underway. It's going to be a tight finish. Joandre De Vos pushing him hard. Schantler and De Vos, who's it going to be? Schantler with the edge. This is going to be tight. But Schantler takes the win. 18:13.56, second place, Joandre De Vos. Collecting third place, Anthony Clayton, in a time of 18:19.10. Hats off to these swimmers. 1,500 meters. Incredible feat to be able to do that. Fitness, stamina, endurance, willpower, the works. Eastern Cape, Ethan Dutton coming through now. What a performance from the young men. And that's the second of 5 1,500s done and dusted. And what a victory for Christopher Schantler, finishing ahead of second place, Joandre De Vos. So begins the third of 3 finals in the men's 12 to 14, the 1,500 free. De Wetkos, Kiana Diedrichs, Calder Millington, Neil Holzhausen, Ula van der Merwe, Patrick Duff, Liam Prime, and Noah Peterson. Enjoy the action. 30 laps await. The battle continues. A sensational effort in the 1500. Leading the way, Holzhausen. In lane 4. Neil Holzhausen coming through from Northwest, taking the win. Doing so in 18:00.78. An excellent effort. So while Luca Holzhausen waits to see who'll be joining him on the podium, he's got a long wait. But taking second place from Zimbabwe, Patrick Duff. Excellent effort from him. And grabbing third, De Wetgos from the Northern Cape. We move over now to the penultimate race of the session. Men's 15 to 16, 1500 meter freestyle. The competitors, Jean-Ray Kleinans, Sven van der Linde, Brendan Visser, Matthew Caldwell, Ross Patterson, Joel Strauss, Keegan Wright, and Aidan Nell. Joel Strauss, one of the swimmers swimming out of Super Seals in Bloemfontein, coached by Simon Gray, who of course we had on the show yesterday, joining me on comms. Speaking to Simon Gray now, and it may have changed since then, given the last couple of races, but about 2 or 3 races ago I asked him, how have you guys done? And he said that they came and captured 17 medals so far at the championship. That was his aim, and that's what they achieved. Like I said, it could have grown since then, but already 17 medals in the bag. A stunning achievement for Simon Gray and his team. So leading the way with 2 laps to go in lane 4, Matthew Caldwell from Gauteng, 14:53.79, 100 meters remaining. And this, the penultimate 1500 free, men's 15 to 16. Matthew Caldwell firing to victory in lane 4. A superb win for him. Doing so in 15:56.31. Brilliant performance from Matthew Caldwell. He waits to see who will be joining him on the podium. And wrapping it up in second place, Ross Patterson. And rounding off the top 3, Joel Strauss from the Free State, 16:29.83. Strauss spent a lot of his time in the States, relocated back to SA. Excellent effort all round. Caldwell getting P1, Patterson P2, and Joel Strauss P3. We move over now to the final race of the juniors. Wow. After 6 days, the juniors, the final juniors to take to the pool. Second of 2-time finals, 15 to 16-year-olds, 1500 meter freestyle. Sakaleo to Blanche, Esslinger, Bartleman, Levy, Ellis, and McWilliam. Enjoy. 30 laps await. 30 laps before we wrap up the junior finals here at the SA Swimming Nationals. So wrapping up the final race of the juniors and leading the way. A tremendous effort out in lane 2. Keonta Blanche, his final turn at 16:40.60. Keonta Blanche coming home. And a superb victory for Keonta Blanche. P1 17:12.50. Second place going to Ewald Bartelman. And Chad Levy captures third. Outstanding effort all round from the swimmers as we wrap up the junior competition. Congrats to all that took part. Thank you very much for joining us for the penultimate session here in Quebec at Newton Park Swimming Pool. That was a roller coaster, and well done to all the juniors for competing, for winning, for breaking records. Many future stars and current stars we've witnessed. Don't go far, because at around 6 o'clock we'll begin the final session of the SA Swimming Championships here in Quebec, with the senior finals taking place. See you then.
we have all the officials to the officials group, please. All the officials to the officials group for the short break.
So we're currently watching the action from the men's 1500 freestyle finals. Zavitsky, Sunil Karma, Breitenbach, Buck, Muller Gomez, Davidson, Forbes. Really chuffed to be joined by a man who you've obviously grown to be familiar with over the course of the week. He's been handling the interviews down on the ground and doing a brilliant job of it too. Also a former schoolmate of mine. He's a resident here in Quebec. Also runs Infinity Swim School here in the city. And many of his swimmers are taking part and doing brilliantly well. David Glover, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Although it's been a great competition, we've had quite a lot of competitions in a row, so quite tired now, but yeah, it's been amazing having top swimmers here in Port Elizabeth.
Yeah, it really has been. And I know people keep on speaking about how tired they are because it's 6 days of grueling action. In the past, we used to heats in the morning, finals in the afternoon, and that's that. But throw the juniors into the mix, which has been incredible to see. It just makes the day a whole lot longer.
Yeah, my juniors have actually probably performed better than my seniors. I think sometimes circumstances, the water's been a little bit colder. I think sometimes seniors can let it get to them a bit more. The juniors, for me, my junior girls in particular, have been really awesome, embraced the gala and just took it in their stride. And yeah, I got more medals than I've ever got at a junior level before, so I'm really excited.
What's been the highlight for you from an Infinity perspective?
Yeah, probably the fact that my junior girls, I've always probably had better boys. My boys also have done well, but my junior girls in particular, freestylers between the ages of 12 and 16 have really shone. And yeah, all the hard work's really paid off. And yeah, I got to think about 13 medals on the girls' side, so it was awesome.
13, that's incredible. Jeez, give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And just to tell us a bit more about Infinity. I mean, I'd known you for years from your swimming days. I mean, it was a natural transition from you to go from swimmer to coach. Was that always going to be the case?
To be honest, yeah, I think I'm like my father. I'm a teacher at heart, and I teach mathematics at school, but also obviously teaching swimming is something similar. And I think one of my strengths is motivating. When a teacher, you've got to motivate the kids too, so it's something I love doing, seeing others reach their dreams. I didn't quite reach it in swimming, but you know, I would love to get someone to the Olympic Games one day.
And tell us, for those that are listening, that are in the area, of course, the Newton Park Swimming Pool, a tremendous venue. For those in the area that want to join Infinity, how do they do so?
Yeah, they can actually go onto our Facebook page, or they can email me. All the details is on Infinity Swim Club on Google. You just Google it, and that's how you get a hold of us. Yeah, we're based at St. George's and Newton Park Swimming Pool.
Lovely. Anyone else that we can look out for in the water from your club?
Actually, I've got a 1500 swimmer here coming fifth, Christian Davidson, doing pretty well. He's actually trying to break the Eastern Province record.
Wow.
It's going to be close. He needs a 16:13. Yeah, but it's awesome having competition here for him, so it should push him to get close.
Tell us a bit more about him.
Yeah, he's a grey boy in grade 12. Wants to go to America eventually. Quite an academic young man, but works incredibly hard in the pool. And yeah, he's actually at the 800 here. If he's in the low 830s, I reckon he's on track. I think he's got 100 meters left, then he'll be at 800. So we're looking for a good one.
Oh, well, there he is in picture, the man that we are talking about, Christian Davidson. You'll find him in lane 7. So, yes, certainly one to watch out for. And were you teaching mathematics?
I teach at St. George's Prep School. I'm in Park Drive. I've been there for 16 years, actually.
Wow.
So, yeah, maths and swimming is my thing.
Brilliant stuff. David, congratulations on all your success. So you folks in the area, Infinity Swim School, highly successful, bringing home a whole host of medals here in Quebec. And who knows, a possible another Eastern Cape record on the card. 16:13, you say?
Yes, thank you so much.
Excellent stuff. Thanks so much, David. And well done on the sterling job you're doing with the interviews out on the pool deck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, David Glover. Great to have a local man doing so well here in the city. Great guy, great swimmer, and obviously a very, very good coach. So get hold of him if you are in the area and you want to shine brightly. Currently watching the men's 1500 free. So now suddenly plenty of eyes on Christian Davidson. See if he can break that Eastern Cape record. Currently lying P4, and his last time at 9:09.74, 16:13 was what David said he needs to get below. So we're going to watch out for that very, very closely. As far as the leader is concerned, it's Richard Muller leading proceedings from the Western Cape. And he is out in front. So not long to go in the men's 1500 free. Richard Muller continues to lead the way, the man from the Western Cape. In second position from India, Sunil Kumar Gowda. Of course, David Glover from Infinity Swimming. Mentioning Christian Davidson, the Eastern Caper, looking to break an Eastern Cape record. 16:13 is that time. Big welcome to our viewers watching from all over the world. I know Olympic gold medalist Ray Nietling is watching very keenly. Ray, I don't know if you would have been listening yesterday. You had your old coach, Simon Gray, on. Simon Gray having done exceptionally well this week with his team. Last I chatted to him, that secured a haul of 17 medals. And he said that was the goal, and that's what they achieved. And the bell tolls for 100 meters to go. Richard Muller, his penultimate turn at 14:35.98. Muller still leading matters at qualification time once again in the 1500 for the men. 15:04.64. So that will be out of reach for Richard Muller. But certainly not the gold medal. That's very much within reach. Richard Muller in picture, and he actually starts to pick up the pace as he eyes the finish. 30 laps completed. An amazing achievement. Richard Muller captures the win, doing so in a time of 15:36.70. Astounding effort. Second place going to India's Sunil Kumar Gowda. A lot of eyes were on Christian Davidson to see if he could get that record, that Eastern Cape record. Davidson coming through now. Needed to get a 16:13. And it looks like it'll just be out of reach for Davidson. That is the case, unfortunately for him. 16:16 for Davidson. Very good effort, though. But Ricard Muller capturing top spot from the Western Cape. 15:36.70. Second, Sanil Kumagoda. And Ruan Breitenbach grabbing P3. What an effort, gents. 30 laps of the pool completed. Confirmation of those results. Ricard Muller in top spot. Sanil Kumagoda second. And Ruan Breitenbach third. We move over now to the next event, the women's 400 free. From 30 laps to 8 laps, it's the women's 400 free. Jordan Jederolf, Catherine van Rensburg, Rebecca Meader, Michaela Pulford, Danae Kutsia, Kiara Nodes, Kristen Mandel, and Lisa Kutsia. I just got a message now from Rake Nietling speaking about Simon Gray. And he says, no doubt about it, Simon was probably his toughest coach. And you can imagine someone like Rake Nietling has seen a few coaches in his time. And yeah, he puts Simon right up there as his numero uno, as his toughest. Simon, I hope you're listening. At the moment, Danae Kutsia leading matters, just ahead of Michaela Pulford. Rebecca Meader looking strong as well. Worth remembering, Rebecca sat in the hot seat a couple of days ago. She spoke about how severe her back injury was, and she's managed to persevere and push through it. At the halfway mark, it's Danae Kutsia leading, 2:04.31 for her. Followed by Kristen Mandel and Michaela Pulford, followed by Rebecca Meader. Danae Kutsia going along very nicely. 2:04.31 her split at the halfway mark. Pushing on strong is Danae Kutsia as she gets ready for the penultimate lap. But she's being chased by Michaela Pulford. And Rebecca Meader very much in contention. Very little to choose between the three with 2 laps to go. And with 1 lap to go, Danae Kutsia begins with a healthy lead over Michaela Pulford. 4:10.37 that qualification time again. And that will be just be out of reach. Kutsia looking very strong. And she gets there. 4:12.35 for Danae Kutsia. Victory is hers. Followed by Michaela Palford. And in third position, Rebecca Meader. Excellent effort, ladies. Three more events remain in this, the SA Swimming Championships 2022 in Tribeca. So we headed to the medal ceremony shortly, but joining me, I'm in esteemed company because I'm with an Olympian and one of the name of the games, Peter Kutsia. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. How has the swimming champs been for you?
Oh, it's been great. I'm very happy with it and really had a fun time.
I'm sure you have. What's been the highlight for you?
I think the 53, because it was something I didn't expect, so getting that yesterday was very nice.
Yeah, everyone can't stop talking about that performance. But I mean, if obviously your main, I think if anyone thinks of you, they think of backstroke, and that would be the one. But like you say, 53, to be able to come out and shine in an event which you haven't really done so in the past, I mean, that must be fairly special.
Yeah, no, definitely. I thought I might go a bit faster than my PB, but to get the time was crazy. I didn't expect that.
And tell us about the experience. Obviously, last year got your taste of Tokyo. What was that like?
Yeah, no, it was very cool to see how Chad and everyone moves in the village and see what they do. So I think that experience just is really going to help in the future.
How did you move in the village?
I just did whatever Chad did.
And tell us a bit more about a little bit about your background from Rustenburg. How did swimming get your attention?
Yeah, so I grew up in Rustenburg and I used to like play rugby and cricket and all the bigger sports. And my sister started swimming, so my parents said I might as well just try it out, and started joining her in the weekends and the competitions, and just started enjoying it more and more. And obviously, success motivates. So as I got faster, I started liking it more and training a bit harder to see better results. Ever since then.
Oh man, it's absolutely astounding. Just having a look at the medal ceremony that's currently underway. Don't go anywhere, Peter. We're going to carry on the chats, but having a look at from the earlier competitors, really impressive. S14, S15 multi-class. Minka van Rensburg. A great competitor is Minka. Capturing her silver. Melissa O'Neill capturing gold. And look at the delight on her face from Melissa O'Neill. Melissa O'Neill was the one earlier speaking to the camera, mouthing the words, "I love you." And a great... How's that for photos? That's been the story of this week, is the enjoyment factor, hey?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely the most fun nationals I've ever been at. So.
Is it? Is that so?
Yeah.
It's been very strenuous though. There's been a lot of swimming.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was entered for the relay tonight, but I just said, I'm a bit tired now. So.
Who makes that call? You, obviously. But were you given the night off where they said, okay, cool, you've done your job?
No, I was entered in the team, and when I saw it, I just immediately decided, let me message the team manager and say I'm out. And then I only told Rocco about it later, and luckily he was chilled with it. So.
Move over to the next medal ceremony now. We do have S1, S13 multi-class. Cornell Leach. It's amazing, actually. Cornell Leach sits quite close to me here at the commentary deck, and her guide dog is around, and her guide dog is just absolutely amazing. I'm sure you've seen him quite a bit.
Yeah, I think she's also from the Northwest. So
Yes.
I think I've seen the dog a few times around competitions and everything. Also, always steals the show at the galas.
Oh, man. Joannika Crickler. Terrific effort there. And there we go.
There he is. There he is.
Cornell Leach's guide dog. Oh, man. What a champion.
Yeah.
And getting the gold. Excellent effort from Alani Ferreira. She really, really sold the show. Another outstanding performance from her. And that was the women's 200 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. Congratulations to the competitors. And tell us a bit more about Rocco.
He's one of the best coaches, I think, in the world. And definitely tough to train with him. But as I got to know him, I knew what goes and what doesn't go. So I think we had a place now where it's going very well now.
Well, it is completely. The proof's in the pudding. We go to 200 individual medley.
Maddie's going to smash the 200 IM now.
Yeah, we're just going to the medals quick. It's Mtele Kamarana. Geez, the battle between him and Aaron Potts has been something special to see throughout the week. They continue to go toe to toe. Speaking of Aaron Potts, Valentino Vergatine grabbing silver. Congrats, Valentino, from the Western Cape. And collecting gold. Seldom seen without a smile on his face, Aaron Potts. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, no, definitely. Chatted to him a few times in the meet. Always nice to see him at nationals.
Yeah, I think he's probably the most talkative guy, or the most talkative swimmer at nationals. And there you can see the massive smile on his face. Congratulations, Aaron and Valentino and Mtele. Superb performances. It's funny to speak about Rocco. So I was speaking about Simon Gray earlier on air. And Simon Gray, of course, hails from Bloemfontein, and he taught Rake Neertling, and Rake's been watching the show. And Rake messaged me now, and he said, Simon's probably the toughest coach he's ever had. Obviously, you haven't had that many coaches in your time, but down the years, could you probably point back and say...
yeah, no, Rocco
was
takes
number one.
Rocco takes the prize there.
And here's the man, Nathan Hendricks. He has been outstanding throughout the competition as Nathan Hendricks. He'll collect silver. Really outstanding. And collecting gold, we'll have Matthew Moss. Congratulations, Matthew. Yeah, Peter, thank you so much for joining us. So where to from here? You fly back when?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, early. Yeah. I'm on a 6:30 flight. When are you on?
I think maybe a bit later than that, maybe 7:30.
Can we swap flights?
Already getting up quite early. Yeah. I think I'll hold on tomorrow.
And so it's back up north, and then training back into the pool.
Yeah. We'll just get back into routine and train in Pretoria, and then obviously World Champs in Commonwealth coming up.
Lovely, Peter. Good to see you. Great having you on board. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cool. Thank you so much. Great seeing you. Kat Swanepoel collecting her medal. one of many medals she's collected over the years. The women's 150 IM S1 to S13 multi-class. I think Peter Kutsia just got up and a whole bunch of people asked if they could have selfies with him. Camarana collecting another bronze for his efforts. 100 free, S1 to S13. That's as if they didn't really need to move very far, these three gentlemen, because Valentina collecting silver. A case of deja vu. And Aaron Putz once again grabbing gold. Well done, Aaron. And another photo of the three of them. Gold, silver, bronze, same spots. Terrific competitors. Nathan Hendricks grabbing another silver, 100 free, S1 to S13, multi-class. Mickey Janse van Rensburg in the 100. S14 to S15 multi-class, collecting silver. Congrats, Minka. Two lovely silvers to go with the many other medals. Next up, Paula van Zyl, collecting bronze in the 100-meter multi-class, S1 to S13. Joannika Krikler back on the podium for silver. And Alani Ferreira returns for gold. JP Nell. Backstroke, bronze for him. Yamal Kanji, silver. And Aaron Putz. Aaron Putz, another goal for him. Look at him nodding away. Congratulations to the victors. Nathan Hendricks. Back to receive yet another medal. Silver this time, backstroke. Rinky Janssen van Rensburg back to collect another silver in the 50 backstroke. S14 multi-class. S14 to S15 multi-class. Collecting her medal now, Melissa Everson. So it was Jonica quickly collecting there alongside Kat Swanepoel. Moving over now to the next event. It is the men's final of the 200 IM. Van Rensburg, Van Haastien, Hartigan, Sates, Litchfield, Ross, Keelock and Randall. This is a biggie. This is going to be a great race. And away they go. That qualifying time, Sates already achieved it today. 1:59.76, 200 IM. But the battle between him and Litchfield is going to be something to behold. Sates getting off to a flyer, as you'd expect him to. Excellent start for Matthew Sates. 24.92, Litchfield 26.53. Litchfield making a comeback in the backstroke. Excellent performance from Litchfield. This is going to be a great gun between the two of them. And it's Sates leading, but just a touch. Both hitting the 56s at the turn. Sates versus Litchfield. South Africa versus Great Britain. Watch the crowd. This is what they came to see. Sates still slightly in front of Litchfield. And he's actually opened up quite a significant lead as he begins the freestyle. Remember that time, 1:5.76, 1:59.76. Sates already qualified this morning. And here begins the freestyle leg. Great going by Litchfield, but even better from Matthew Sates. Sates will get in a time of 1:58.37. Brilliant. Litchfield 1:59.96, but Sates 1:58.37, an astounding time for him. He already did the job this morning in terms of qualifying, but now he just nailed in that final blow. Terrific performance from Matthew Sates. Matt Sates, the KZN superstar, with the victory. Second place going to Max Litchfield. And third, Kian Keelock. So we'll head towards the next event, but before we do, we've got some more medals to hand out. The individual swims at the 2022 SA Championships are done and dusted. Just the relays to go. See the competitors waiting in the wings before taking center stage. Moving to the medals for the men's 1500 freestyle. Ron Breitenbach collecting bronze. Bronze for Ron Breitenbach. Collecting silver from India, Sunil Kumar Gowda. And gold going the way of Richard Muller. Congratulations to the top three in the men's 1500 free. Next up on the medal ceremony, women's 400-meter freestyle. Rebecca Mida grabbing bronze. Congratulations to all the victors on your superb performances. The naked Sia crowned the champion of the women's 400. So the relay competitors ready themselves for the next slot of swims. Only 2 more to go. First up's going to be the women's 4x100 medley relay, followed by the 4x100 medley, women first, followed by the men. So out come the combatants for the penultimate race of the 2022 SA Swimming Championships. The penultimate event of the championships is underway. The women's 4x100 individual medley relay. India in lane 2, Western Cape A in lane 3, Swane A in lane 4, Swane B in lane 5, Gauteng Joburg in lane A, and Joburg in lane 6 and Ekurhuleni in lane 7. Good starts from both Western Cape and Swane A. Olivia Null up against Karen Hapst. Western Cape leading matters up against Swane A. And in they go. Watch her go, Laura van Niekerk for Swane A. She is absolutely blitzing the competition. Laura van Niekerk, sensational performance from her so far. Wow, that is astounding. Laura van Niekerk, of course, winning the women's 100 breaststroke. Laura van Niekerk continues to push on for Swane. Waiting expectantly for her, Danae Kutsia in charge of the third leg. A brilliant time swum by Laura van Niekerk. In goes Danae Kutsia. Second still being held by Western Cape. Trinity Hearn in the water now. Another great performance by Danae Kutsia, well clear of Trinity Hearn for the Western Cape. Hearn fighting hard though. Kutsia will be handing over to Erin Gallagher, the final woman to compete for Swane at these championships. She touches, and in goes Erin Gallagher. Erin Gallagher anchoring for Swane A. Chasing it, Georgia Nell from Western Cape. But Erin Gallagher in complete control of matters. Erin Gallagher cruising to victory for her team as Swane A wrap up the championship for the women. A superb performance from them. 4.814. Western Cape coming in second. And in third position, Swane B. Hugs all around, marking the end of the championship. And that wraps up proceedings for the women at the 2022 SA Swimming Championships. Smiles and celebrations all round. Now the turn of the men to wrap up the final event of the 2022 SA Swimming Championships. Kicking off with backstroke. The men's 4x100 medley relay. Lane 1, Ekuleni. Lane 2, India. Lane 3, Tshwane B. Lane 4, Western Cape. Lane 5, Tshwane A. Lane 6, Eastern Cape. And lane 7, Gauteng Joburg. Good start in 4 from Van Reenen. Van Reenen going well for Western Cape. Liam Webby doing well for Eastern Cape. First in the water at the transition. Western Cape lead the way. Petrus Trutter. Good fight from Matthew Randall. This is going to be tight. Western Cape and Tshwane A fighting hard. But Trutter leading the way for Western Cape. Waiting in the wings for Trutter, Ethan Dupree, the butterfly specialist. Western Cape leading the way. And in goes Ethan Dupree, the man who was born to butterfly. Benjamin Plantner doing very well next to him. Dupree fighting hard. Excellent race this between Plantner and Dupree. Dupree keeping Province ahead. Plantner fighting hard. Plantner definitely closed the gap. And the launch transition, in goes Western Cape, Simons Haddon. Next to Haddon, Andrew Ross for Tshwane A. It's Haddon versus Ross. This is going to be big. Ross needs to pull off an unbelievable comeback if he's to give the side a chance. Haddon remains in front. It's a big lead. Western Cape powering away. Simon Haddon coming into his own now. Haddon pulling away from Ross. Leading Western Cape to victory. What a win, what a way to wrap up the 2022 SA Swimming Championship. Simon Haddon takes the victory for Western Cape. In second place, Tshwane A. And in third position, Tshwane B. But the men in the middle, Western Cape, to wrap up the 2022 SA Swimming Championships here at Newton Park Swimming Pool in Gqeberha. Confirmation of those results. Western Cape A with the victory, 3:47.97. Tshwane A taking second and Tshwane B grabbing third. Ladies and gents, it's been an honor and a privilege to bring you 6 days of swimming action here from Newton Park Swimming Pool in Gqeberha. Thank you very much to the team that helped broadcast this event. Thank you, directors Chris and Modiri. Thank you very much to the production crew, Nicholas, Dennis, Paul. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to the officials. Thank you to the media. Thank you to everyone who played their parts in making this a resounding success. Of course, to the swimmers and the coaches on doing so incredibly well, to Swimming South Africa, to the sponsors, Sports and Recreation, Arena, Swimming South Africa, National Lotteries Commission, Rand Water. It really has been an amazing 6 days of swimming. Records broken, hearts broken in some cases, smiles made, tickets booked to the likes of the Commonwealth Games and the FINA Swimming World Championships. Most importantly, thank you for watching. We'll see you soon. Celebrate well, and thanks for joining. Cheers.